The Honourable Member for St. Augustine.
Madam Speaker, may I indicate, not just as a formality, my personal joy in your elevation to this august House as its Speaker. May I also congratulate each and every one of the speakers who have already spoken, and I look forward to hearing from those who have yet not. Let me also indicate to those first-timers as House members that this truly is a blessing to have been put here. And therefore, if it is a blessing, then we must conduct ourselves with the gratitude that is necessary for it, and the dignity which you have already shown that is a primary concern of yours, we must all assist in maintaining. I'm sorry the Prime Minister is not here so that he could know full well that my congratulation is not mere lip service, because I believe the Prime Minister, then Leader of the Opposition, had to overcome tremendous difficulties against the odds to have brought himself and his party into winning the elections of 2015. It is truly a heartfelt congratulations, and it proves to us that against odds, if we are committed in ourselves to what we believe and what we want, and we try hard enough, nothing is impossible. But to my friend, Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, and I say this with the best of meaning and possibly with a level of jest, that when you received your check for $1.9 million, was that pre? For one of the cases that you did. Well, maybe cash or otherwise, but Melody, I refer to you. Whether in... Thank you very much. Yes. Yes. Sorry.
Honourable Member, I would suggest that you direct your comments to the Chair.
Madam Speaker, I am standing on Standing Order 48.6 in relation to what was just said by St. Augustine to Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
In terms of imputing improper motives?
Yes, Madam. Thank you for the opportunity to elucidate. Madam, the member for St. Augustine is implying that the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West received a check for over $1 million from the government of Trinidad and Tobago, the government of which they were a part. And I am saying that I am standing on Standing Order 48.6.
I would allow the member to continue with the contribution.
Thank you very much. Well, maybe I could put it this way. Did the member receive any payment? Really? Yes. Any payment from any government source for any one case that it did? And the query I had really was more in joke than anything else, whether it was
Honourable Member, I would want to suggest you don't go down that road, please.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, whether it was in fact pre-discount or post-discount. But there are many on the other side.
I have already ruled.
I appreciate that. I will move on. There are many on the other side, and with some level of, I will almost say, envy, to have heard the numbers, spoken about today, about the fees that are envy, a little bit of envy, yes. Because for all the years, 28 years in practice, I've never received a single government brief, and I have never asked for one. But I've heard now, almost $1 billion expenditure, and so in a void, because I really do not know the context in which all of these fees have been paid, what matters they were for, what was the gain to the state, if any at all. And those are matters that are better dealt with by others. But I will move on to why we are here today. Of course, we lost the election. You won the election, and as some have so brazenly put it, you are in charge. And I want to assure you of one thing. Yes, you are in charge, but the pendulum which had swung almost without reason to your end, the height of your popularity started to descend on election day 2015, September 7th. The pendulum has already started its downward trajectory. And this is not a bane only on you, but I think for future governments. That as we proceed, the population expects different, it expects more, and that the incumbency of government in itself is something that we will have to look at in a new context, that you could never truly fulfill the expectations of an ever-increasing expectation of the electorate. And I want to warn all of us here that the arrogance that I've seen displayed by some has no place in this house. This is a place, as I open, where it's a blessing to be here, and therefore we must act with humility. And to have heard some speak with such venom, with the arrogance and some level of, I'm dreading to use the word, almost hate that I sense, and almost frothing at the mouth when they speak of others. I believe that the society wants something very different, but the society may get something that we may not wish to have. We have to set the example here, and I've heard many speak about it. And every time I rise in this house, I had spoken about it, I will continue to speak about it. That we must set the example. And I'm reminded in the Holy Bible, Mark chapter 3:25, that a house divided will not stand. And this is the people's house, whether we're in government or in opposition. It is part of one system, working together sometimes, criticizing each other from time to time. But at the end of it, it must be done with the interests of the people, and not just for ego or for a sense of recrimination or some level of attack. And that is what I'm sensing very early in this parliament, that if we do not rein it in early enough, it could gallop away out of our control. Having said that, this budget, milady, has been described by some as deceptive. I would describe it as diabolical. And the reason I say this is very simply that there's several factors in this budget that just does not make sense when held up to the light. Because this budget represents how we move forward in terms of our expenditure and the things that we do. The power of the country rests first in the parliament, but more significantly in the cabinet, where the tax-paying dollar is used either for our benefit or to our peril. And when I heard the member for Diego Martin Northeast in his maiden speech as the Minister of Finance, he being an engineer by training, it was not surprising that he may have been, what shall I say, out of his realm. But knowing the intelligence that he had, never always put for the benefit of others, I expected a little bit more. This country expected the reduction in VAT. That sounds like a good thing. But you know what happened here? VAT would be moved from 15% to 12.5%. It means then for those who go to buy their Porsches, their Audis or their BMWs, they will be paying less. But the poor man and the middle class, when they go to purchase their rice, their flour, their oil, their potato, their chicken, will be paying 12.5% on goods that they never paid VAT on before. I have not heard a single word from the member for Diego Martin Northeast, our Minister of Finance, or from any other member on the other side who should know whether indeed what I've said is real or unreal. There's a growing anxiety in the population that things, as I repeat, that they never paid on VAT, they never paid VAT on before, they will now be paying 12.5% more on basic food necessities, while the savings really is for those luxury items. So that is why I put this on the first limb as being diabolical. Because the population was carried away by the propaganda of the last election. It was long, it was painful, and was insulting to the intelligence on many fronts. And when I heard the young gentleman for Laventil East Morvan, what a courageous young man he was to have risen, to have given his maiden contribution after the leader of the opposition, whose contribution was I think, excellent. But the response from a friend was, it was courageous. I put it at that. I do not wish to say more except that this. In his presentation, he spoke about levels of discrimination, in particular in relation to one school. And you sense that he truly believed that his constituency was being discriminated against. But when the truth be told, that the school of which he had spoken had been broken to be rebuilt, but could not have been rebuilt completely because of criminality in that area, where police had to be present for the, I think it was 2 contractors had to be removed. So there was not as a result of a lack of effort by the partnership government to have done things. But he truly believed that this was an act of discrimination without the facts. So courage alone here is not enough. Facts always remain important. And you know, I had to reflect, milady, that, Madam Speaker, that so many young persons in particular in this country would have been carried away by this talk from the day one the partnership came in of discrimination, discrimination, discrimination. Racism to some extent, but discrimination repeatedly. That was the mantra of the other side. And it worked. It truly worked. Because I remember sitting on the other side when the member, once again, not the same person, of course, but for the very seat, spoke about discrimination in relation to expenditure on schools in his area. The Minister of Education at the time had already spoken and passed to me information which he asked me to please convey. When I read it, I was appalled, because I was of the view that what the member for Laventille East, Mova at the time, that there was some merit in it. But the figures that were shown, as a matter of record, uncontroverted till today, showed that the expenditure of school buildings and repairs in that constituency and surrounding constituencies far outshone those expenditures in St. Augustine and in any other area that we knew of. But many fell for that. And it proved then, and it has proven itself true on election day, against all of the conventional wisdom, all that we had learned in the politics, that performance beat old talk. Let me tell you what happened. This election of 2015 proved that old talk beat performance. Because as we ramage, as we continue to attack, because when the Honorable Prime Minister in his acceptance speech on election night spoke, and then subsequent to that, I was lifted by his language. That maybe, you know, this burning ambition and desire to be the Prime Minister having been achieved, I believe in transformation, I believe in change. And he spoke wonderful language that inspired so many to hope against hope. That yes, maybe a new dawn had arisen, and that we could finally come together, and you had my commitment and the commitment of many others to work with this government. But that faith and that hope and that trust was betrayed by the opening salvo from the Minister of Finance and from many other speakers who thought it fit and better to attack with full force.
You need to speak the truth.
They speak of truth as if they could manufacture it at their will. There is one truth, many interpretations. And as we as citizens, and I speak first as a citizen, when the partnership was in government, figures will be given as to the state of the economy. Now the PNM is in government, you hear different figures and you get different things about how good or how bad the economy is. Why should the average citizen be imperiled with the lack of knowledge as to how good the economy is, how dismal or how bright their future is? Is it not time that we really rest this thing down and say, look, let there be one institution whose figures are beyond reproach, so that when a number is given, we can all trust it? So there is no politicking with the future of the country from an economic point of view. I think that is a must-do in this term of this administration. So there must be certainty in the things we say and we do based on facts and legitimate criteria as we proceed. That is not so difficult to do. But Madam Speaker, I said that this budget is diabolical. And I've given some ground for the basis of my statement, but I will give you more. Madam Speaker, this government has indicated the return of property tax. They have not given us any flesh on the bone of what this truly means. That it will return in January to the old rates that we were accustomed paying. But they have not answered that niggling question, that barbarism that we had fought against, I had led in 2009 onwards, of the acid tax. No question has been answered, and I will ask it here so that we could all feel some level of comfort or confidence that things have been put in place for these things. One, is it that the property tax raised in any area will be used for the benefit of those areas? Or will the property tax go into the consolidated fund so that it could fund other programs, other projects that has nothing to do with your home or your community or your environment? We need to have that answer. Two, the valuations. What criteria will be put in place to ensure that there is consistency, fairness, and honesty in valuations? We know this is Trinidad and Tobago. They speak about corruption as if it was an invention from 2010. This country has been bombarded from the beginning of our political history till today with allegations of corruption, of mismanagement, wrongdoing. But I have always said, and I maintain, for those who have done wrong, let the institutions do their job, prosecute them, and deal with them, but do not brush with a wide swath all in the politics as being corrupt, or having ill will, or not having the interests of the people, the best interests of the people at heart. So the issue of valuations is crucial because maybe they don't truly appreciate this. But there's a culture in this nation, especially of the middle class, that almost every dollar you earn, you put it either in education, food, or your house. And it is an ambition for all right-thinking persons who have families to improve their homes so that they will, first of all, ensure that the structure is well designed, strong, a good roof, and as time proceeds, they will enhance it for tiles, better washroom facilities, and air conditioning, which is no longer a luxury, but is a necessity now because of the changing weather patterns and the heat and the humidity and the Saharan dust, so that our babies could sleep comfortably and our students could study in some level of comfort. But I remember in 2009, part of the criteria for valuing a home would be tiles, whether you tile your home, whether you have air-conditioned units, how many rooms. Are we not aware in this country that we have extended families living in a home, so you'll have many rooms as small as they may be to keep the family together? So until we are able to have clarity and transparency on these issues, I will have no faith or trust in this return of the property tax. Because, you know, in England it has been said historically that a man's home is his castle. But under the PNM government, it appears that they wish to have a man's home is the government's. And this is a frightening development. As I make the point, our middle class, shrinking as it is and bombarded by this budget, is set to destroy the poor and the middle class. How many of us, earning maybe a decent and moderate salary, but would have committed ourselves to things, to ambitious programs for the future of our children, purchasing insurance for one, purchasing probably or depositing over time into monies that will be used for the education of their children, or expanding their home and taking mortgages. So on the one side, the salary looks great, but the commitments are there with almost no margin for anything else. So that you come now in this latter day and you put a valuation on a property that to some might seem reasonable, but in the reality of the payer, the homeowner, their homes are jeopardized. So that we must ensure that there are things put in place so so that no one who falls in that category should be in danger of losing their homes, which happens in other jurisdictions. And that is why it's diabolical, because we do not know the criteria. We do not know whether it will be used in the communities. And what about gated communities? Where you pay a premium to live in a secure area, gated, yes, where the facilities, the roads, probably the little ground and so, is so well manicured, so well put together, that the valuator will go there and put a valuation on that home that you have already paid for. And there are certain levels of unfairness and inequities that abide these things, and we must be very, very cautious and protect against them. So, Madam Speaker, that is one other basis upon which I will say that this is a diabolical budget. The other thing is this one, rapid rail. Madam Speaker, I don't know if I could impose upon you. Yeah.
Members and assessor, buzz is reaching me. I would like you all please to observe the standing orders and allow the member for St. Augustine to continue his contribution with some level of silence.
I'm truly grateful to you, Madam Speaker. On the issue of rapid rail, this has dominated the conversation for some time. And indeed, it has been an articulated policy before the election, and since the election, and in this budget. We have heard that this rapid rail is no longer just a thought, but an impending reality. My question to the Minister of Finance and to anyone on the other side who wish to answer is this. What is the alignment of this rapid rail? Because I remember I too led a campaign against rapid rail in 2009. And the reason I did, not that I don't believe in a transit system, mass transit, I do believe in one. But the alignment that we saw then ran through the most populated, densely populated areas of the East-West corridor. Unnecessarily, I thought, when there was another alignment that could have saved hundreds, if not thousands of homes, and the displacement of thousands of families. I do not know, having spent $500+ million for the feasibility study then, pre-feasibility, whether they will continue with that expended money and go with that route, or whether they will have a new pre-feasibility, feasibility, whatever you call it, study to determine now the alignment one and the nature of this rapid rail. Because this is a small society. As we know, this rapid rail, the concept, and maybe I'm wrong, but they will tell us if it's so, is something of a nature of a bullet train where it travels at excessive speeds, 200+ kilometers an hour, so that you could traverse large areas in a short period of time. How would that work when you leave Port and you have to stop in Mova? How would that work when you have to leave Mova and stop in Samoa? How would it work when you have to leave Samoa and stop at Mount Hope? How will it work, 200 kilometers an hour, and then go along the East-West corridor? How will it work? Because an alternative had been proposed of a light rail, which I had suggested years and years ago, if they wish to have a rail system that could go above the East-West corridor's priority bus route. That will not impact upon the home of anyone and will truly help in terms of the traffic congestion and the mobility of our citizens. I do not know, but we continue to have rapid rail. And the hypocrisy that we continue to see in this house, this honorable house, is that every single one of the speakers, almost to a fault, has spoken of the bloated budgets of the partnership government, of which I belonged from 2010 and 2015. Because it was good? Of course there was bad. But they have claimed that those budgets, the 5 years of them, forget the lie that it was 400 million spent. The leader of the opposition dealt with that admirably. What is the budget that they are presenting? When oil was $100+ a barrel and gas was at its highest, today when oil is at its lowest and gas equally, what is the budget the PNM has presented here today? The biggest budget in the history of this nation. if it was bloated when oil and gas was high, what do you call it when oil and gas is low to have the biggest budget? It's insane. But it's not surprising. Because they talk one thing and do something else. They believe that the word is mightier than the action. That is who they are. That is what they are. Unfortunately, I have now to say they, because many of the young I have great ambitions for have fallen into that trap. That meism. We read and we're ready. But let me just say one thing. This thing about we in charge, those are words that will haunt you. And I speak from experience. My friend, the member for La Hoqueta Talparo, in a different incarnation, a man I have great respect for, your ability to write. No, please. No. It's clearly a superior intellect. A man who wrote on October 14th, you see, they may have read, but we too have read, and I have read, October 14, 2012, in The Guardian, and I quote, "As much as I can see the Rowley-led administration presenting superior alternative to the hapless bunch of PP incumbents, the Rapid Rail project is a costly and flawed engineering solution to an economic problem that the opposition leader should reconsider." Having said that, of course he's entitled to have changed his mind. But have we changed the route? Have we changed anything? Why are we in this time when, as they claim, the proverbial belt should be tightened? Why are we speaking of a $10 billion expenditure, 10,000 million? And I'm not sure, maybe the Attorney General could help us, whether it's 10 billion pounds, US, or TT dollars. Either way, any one of them. $10 billion is a huge expenditure on a fragile economy, if you are to believe what the Minister of Finance has said. If you are to believe what he has said, we are now in a position where there's a gap of $21,000 million between our income and our expenditure. But yet this is a priority project. Let us for a moment assume it's 10 billion TT. Where's that money going to come from? We hear of international agencies being quite interested in financing. But something we have forgotten, yes, they claim that the partnership took.
Honourable Member for Diego Martin, notice. Honourable Member for Diego Martin, notice. Your papers are disturbing the chair.
Thank you so much, my lady. Thank you. We're on the $10 billion, either TT, pounds, or US dollars. Where is it going to come from? Of course, they've removed some subsidy on gas and on diesel. But there is a huge missing gap here. Why, and I want this to be marked in red, is this the priority at this point in time when agriculture, everyone knows the need to feed a nation is no longer a luxury, but a national security issue, has been given probably one of the lowest figures in a long period of time. They drop agriculture to such a low level of funding, but raise the rapid rail to the highest level of priority. The money comes from somewhere. And international agencies that are sniffing around know full well that if we take from them, we have to repay, and we have to repay with interest. But I have not heard my friend, the noble member for San Fernando West, the Attorney General, and a man who I've had admiration for, the member for Port-au-Spain North, St. Anne's West, either of them speak as to the time frame for the implementation of the procurement legislation. You see, if we are going to spend this big set of money when on our law books and in an advanced stage of the implementation of the procurement legislation, why is that not the highest priority if we are truly to believe that we have to restore confidence and rebuild trust? Why are we not putting that as the highest priority and the next sitting of our parliament? And I ask today, brazenly, openly, on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, what is your timeline for the implementation of the procurement legislation? I ask with equal fervor, what is your timeline for the implementation of legislation for party and campaign finance reform? These are critical questions because the last parliament, tremendous work had been done, not just on procurement, but on party and campaign finance reform legislation. I sat on a joint select committee, my friend, the now Attorney General, sat on that also. Why aren't these priorities? Why are we've gone almost a deafening silence on these matters? Because these are the things, if you truly wish to restore confidence and rebuild trust, that the nation wishes to hear about, so that every dollar we spend henceforth will be open to the scrutiny of procurement and to ensure that the rapid rail is truly not a racket rail for the repayment of financiers of the PNM. I am not one to deal with the rumors that one hears. But when there is such chatter, not from moving trains, but potential railroading of our economy over the years, as to who are the true players behind the rapid rail, and you see the closest of alignment between those names and the financing of the PNM, you are left to wonder and to shudder. Because it always struck me as obscene that before as they say, the proverbial blade of grass is cut or a nail hammered, 500 million of our tax-paying dollars, my tax-paying dollars, never getting a brief from the state, having to work and pay, was spent on a dream, a thought. Why was there commitment then for so much and now a commitment again? Who is the beneficiary behind this rail? Not the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I'll tell you why it's not the people of Trinidad and Tobago. If you spend this amount of money, you know who truly benefits only, really? For a rapid rail along the East-West corridor and even down into Central and to the South? Those who are within walking distance of this thing. They have not given us an idea consistent with what we had suggested about the park and ride, so that people who now own their homes, beautiful homes, yes, stroll east, west, north, and south from Cedras, Icacas, Rio Claro, Princestown, Moruga, Caparo, Freeport, Toco, and I could go on. How would they benefit from the rapid rail unless they could get to the rapid rail? And that is why this government, the former government took a view that the infrastructural development for roads and drainage and so on was critically important to really ensure that every Trinidadian and Tobagonian was connected, if not by electricity, by new water mains, and for those who never had before, 250,000 more of our citizens under the People's Partnership government had fresh running water for the first time in their lives. So we took a view to connect them, that they all belonged, that they all participated, made it easier for them to leave their homes in these far out villages and to go any part of Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, there is traffic. And that is why we have proposed a park and ride, so that you have your car, which is the ambition of most, middle class again. So you could park it and then take the bus with great comfort, like a first class ticket on an airline, either to Port of Spain, to San Fernando, to Arima, to wherever, accessible to all. But this rapid rail of $10 billion, TT I'm starting with, it could be US, which brings us to the totality of the budget for the fiscal year 15-16. And if it were pounds, I really can't imagine what that is. Will bring benefit to those who are within walking distance of the rapid rail. But here the almost obscene irony of this thing is that the villager who has spent his money in Toco to upgrade his home, to make his home truly a castle comfortable enough for his prince and his princess, his daughter and his son, will have to pay property tax there without any benefit to his community but that money will go to pay for the rapid rail. Connected, I'm sure, to finances of the ruling party. Why the rush? What is really going on here? If things are as dismal as they claim it is, why is this our first priority? Madam Speaker, there is so much more we could extrapolate upon. But I'm not one to burden the House with unnecessary talk or even rhetoric. But it is important for me to note, as I've mentioned in passing before, but I shall return to it now. The attack on the last government is that, first of all, we squandered $400 billion, that's $400,000 million in 5 years. The leader of the opposition put that to rest, showing full well that the vast majority of that money went into salaries and to payments that were committed by the government. Not by the government, by the state. So it's non-political. And out of that small proportion that remained, because it was only 219 billion, 110,000 million less than what they had preached repeatedly, brainwashed a generation to have voted for them. Out of that, this country, and I mean, I will not defend a lot of what we heard this morning. I don't know enough to go there, from the Attorney General and my friend from Port-au-Spain, North St. Anne's. I don't know enough to do that. Others may speak on those matters. What I do know, because I do travel, I live here and I travel here because I love my country and I want to see improvement along the East, West, North, South, Central, and in Tobago. What I do know, this government, the People's Partnership government, one of the first things we did in legal affairs is to put 14 outlying offices so our citizens need not come into Port-au-Spain or San Fernando. What we also did is that we put a full-fledged ministry in San Fernando so that all that you could have gained in Port-au-Spain, you could get in South. We did the same thing in Arima, a full-fledged ministry, and in Tobago, to upgraded all the facilities so that our citizens need not burden themselves to have to come. We put so much online, and I inherited a lot of good work from the past PNM administration, and we built upon that. But what I can tell you also is that out of that small portion that really was open to the government to spend in capital expenditure, this country benefited from 100 plus new schools. Yeah. Upgraded almost every single other school that existed, including the school from Laventil East Mova. What I will also tell you, while they speak and the old talk beat the performance, when we were there, the performance beat the old talk. And we were able then to show with concrete evidence that we were able to build a hospital for the children of Trinidad and Tobago and also to upgrade it as a burns facility for this Point Lisas Industrial Estate in Cuba. Major, major development project. We took an administrative complex that was a white elephant unborn. It was of no use. I understood that it had been inhabited by the street dwellers of San Fernando West and turned it into a first world, and thank you, Chairman, member for Faizabad, into a first world health institution for the people of South and Central. What I will also tell you, the concrete evidence, and not just the talk, the concrete evidence is that we have turned south and the construction is well underway for a hospital, first world again, for Arima, and equally for Point 40. When the noble Prime Minister didn't have to ask as leader of the opposition, remember for Barataria, not discriminating, you see, put a world-class health facility there that is akin really to a hospital. Not being asked, no prodding, and that is not all. When the member for, what's this seat number? Chaguanas West was able to lay, after 90 years I think it was, a new water trunk along the east-west corridor so that you have a more reliable service of water. And I will come a little bit to the St. Joseph experience. And then put one along the backbone of Trinidad and Tobago to ensure, first of all, that the water that we capture is not lost to leakage, but is really delivered to the homes. So that persons who never thought they could see water coming from a pipe got it. It may be there was some serious difficulty. I live in St. Joseph. And I know, for one reason or the other, we did not have a reliable water supply. And I question why. Just before the elections. Let me tell you, I'm not finished. You're reading my mind. But don't try to go there. You might see thoughts you do not wish. There was almost an accelerated lack of delivery of water in St. Joseph. In Maracas. Yeah? I mean, my friend from Tunapuna. Along the east-west corridor, you wondered if it was not delivered in Oropun. Yeah? Oropun. Suddenly, the things went dry. You believe for a moment, before an election in particular, any sitting government will wish to deprive the electorate of water? I leave it up to God to know the truth. He has showered us with tremendous blessings lately. But sometimes the truth could go a little bit dry in the mouths of some. But I shan't go there today, not today. When I look at the concrete evidence of a world-class tennis center along the east-west corridor at the Etihad ground, when I look to the concrete evidence of the aquatic center and the Minister of Sports, my friend from Lego Martin Central, we look forward to you fully institutionalizing these things for the benefit of us all and for the international visitors we expect. The aquatic center. When I see also the concrete evidence of the velodrome, the cycling center. Nothing recycled here. This is original, new thing. World-class facilities. When I see the upgrade, first of all, at Mount Hope, the Women's Hospital, former Minister of Health, the Oncology Center, like what shall I say? A phoenix rising not out of ashes but of broken concrete. $140 million spent without anything and not a grass, as I say, grass growing on the concrete. And these are the concrete bits of evidence, and I will give you some more. When I drive around, or in fact, if you have the fortune of flying into Trinidad at night, look and see. They don't need the lights of Piarco to bring the plane home. They have to know where the grounds are, because over 200 grounds were lit. Not just lit, but grounds improved so that children and the elderly have a place to walk and a place to have their exercise. As a minister, former Minister of Health, led a program of Fight the Fat. So the communities had a space so they do not have to rush off early in the morning, come back late at night, had no place to go and to be a true community. We believe in communities, and we gave them that ground, those grounds back. And if you should go along, in particular the East-West Corridor, to see the number of families and the community walking and interacting with each other, there's a tremendous upsurge in the health, not just in the physical, but the emotional health of our people based on these things. When I looked for further improvements, as criticized and criticisms are the want of the other side, to know that, how many children we give laptops to altogether?
95,000.
Almost 100,000 of our children have laptops. That, again, is not a luxury. Any child today who does not have access to the digital window, which is the laptop or tablet, is one which is severely handicapped. As they intend to, if they remove, as they promise, the baby grant, as we call it, fondly call it, to impede the mental and physical growth of the babies into their first year. It is as if you take the laptop or the tablet away from any child. It is to impede their potential for competition, if not locally, certainly internationally. But we're hearing they'll be on a needs basis. But who determines that? What is the criteria? Or is it, as the member for Princess Town reminded us that party card reigns supreme. And if you're not part of the party, it's not on the cards for you. These are the things that I am not speculating on. This is a history of those who are willing to remember and have not forgotten that we inherited pre-2010.
Your 45 minutes have been exceeded. Do you intend to take the additional 10 minutes? And I would ask you to wrap up within that time.
I'll be most grateful. Little did I imagine that the time had so flown. Not fun at all. So, my lady, Madam Speaker, so we're on the issue of laptops. You know what will happen to the middle class, Madam Speaker? They're either rich nor poor. So that they will look possibly at one's income, as I referred to earlier, and say, but you're in an income bracket, that your child does not or is not entitled to get a laptop. But in the middle class, these are the persons, and who are they? Civil servants, teachers, administrative staff, the backbone of that which carries us forward in the society. Their children will be deprived. That is one. I'm hearing about the gates being closed.
The gate program. Selection.
Let me say this. Whether you're rich or poor, whatever your consequence of your birth, education is that one thing that liberates us all, because you have rich people who are uneducated, you have uneducated people who are rich. You have people who, no matter what education you give them, they will never be wise. So that we took a position that it should be open to all. But I'm hearing again, on a needs basis. So once again, the middle class, neither rich nor poor, may be left in no man's land and the gates closed upon them. And I do not wish to go into the secret scholarships of the past. I think that really belongs there. That every child in this nation must know full well, every one of us, that we are equally entitled, and the criteria must be well set and must be truly and faithfully adhered to. So these are the things that worry me about this budget. That it is not designed with any scope for improving our lot. We speak about economic transformation. There's nothing in this budget that transforms anything other than the hope that we had to the anguish that we now feel. Madam Speaker, what is good for the goose ought always to be good for the gander. And I remember when, almost the good old days, not long ago, sitting in the cabinet to have heard the decision taken that the churches, the mosques, the temples in this nation, the houses of God, where good work is done to all manner of man, woman, and child, that they are truly the social fabric, the social net that ensures that when a government fails for one reason or the other, that they are there to help those who need help the most. That we must empower them and to fund them and to strengthen them and encourage them. But what did we get as a response when at Christmas, as we all know, that time of rejuvenation and happiness, and it's coming again, I do not know if our children will be lucky enough to get the toys that they had grown accustomed with. Criticized as always, yes. But more important than this, is the PNM government going to remove the grants that we had given to all churches at Christmas so that they could continue their good work and spread the word of our Lord at that time and spread merriment and give an uplift so at the end of the year, no matter how hard it was, there's a break and a sense that, okay, next year going to be better. A little holiday, a little niceness, a little treat. You remember treats in schools? The churches, when we gave money to them, you know what it was identified as? A bribe. A bribe. How insulting is it to the good, the noble, and those of integrity who man those institutions to have been told that if you should accept a helping hand from your government, which is the people's government, which is the taxpayers' dollars, to go back to do the work of the people, that you are guilty of taking a bribe. But how then do you identify and define the 15 million to unions? Was it requested, or was that part of some deal that had been cut so that they will do the program and the campaigning for the last 5 years, where they held hand, an unwritten MOU for repayment? But you know what happens sometimes, when a little deal cut So I say, look at it, boy, police watching, but you see that? No, I don't want that. I don't know, but what do you define that $15 million payment as? Far less than the Grand Star churches. So, Madam Speaker, there's great reason for concern. And having regard to the history of many on the other side, I see, unfortunately, against hope, against expectation, nothing but old wine in new bottle. When I heard the criticism launched from the member from Tobago, who thought it fit not to have returned, that I had made comment about children and so on. You know what I said? I said the real power of the PNM does not and will not reside in the elected members of the PNM. It does not even reside here. There is a power that is the PNM that is unrepresented and faceless to me. Their interest has never been about the people. Don't tell me you care, or it's only a matter of time. It is only a matter of time as the pendulum swings and your reality is shown.
Westmoreland's businessmen.
Wherever they are, I have no problem with big business, but not at the expense of the small man or the middle class. You see, Madam Speaker, it is easy to put forward young, attractive faces. And some of the elderly handsome ones. But the power of decisions is what matters. You will see policies, my friends, that you had no idea would come. Decisions taken, the source of which are unknown to you. And the people of Trinidad and Tobago will pay for those things. But rest assured that the country has changed and we are much more alert. Yes, we made a lot of errors, a lot of wrongdoing from what I am hearing from you. By a few. I am not going to shun the perceived reality of some, and the institutions of state must take care of them, as they will take care of those who are willing to do likewise into the future. I believe in a future, I believe in tomorrow. And the only way we can achieve that is if we really get rid of our biases, we get rid of some of the supposed loyalties, and deal with the reality and the truth of Trinidad and Tobago. We are in a perilous state. Things are not looking as good as they should be into the future. But we can make the future we want by doing the things that are necessary today. So, my lady, Madam Speaker, as I am about to take my seat, I wish you well. I wish all of us well. I have said and I shall repeat, if you as a government for the country succeeds in the interest of the people, then we are all well served. But if you should use the always as a facade, appearing to look at the interests of the people when you look after the interests of a few. And the reason I say these things, and it pains me because I know some truly believe the demonizing of the People's Partnership. They truly believe a lot of things that have been said are true. Some may be, a lot of it is not. But just ask, how is it that for the seats held traditionally by the PNM, you have the highest level of crime? I do not say that with any level of pride. I say that with pain. Why is it that the seats traditionally held by the PNM have the lowest level of employment? Why is it that the seats traditionally held by the PNM, possibly contributing to those two factors, have the lowest level of education and development? Why? Do you care? The young of the PNM, you have a hope, you have a chance. Take the control that was given to you, the power that was given by the people, and tell the elders in your party that really is we time now.
Change the paradigm.
And to hear the language of some, not all. I know my friend from Tunapuna, a good man. You can't help but like him. I'm telling you. Easy. Yeah, look where your mind gone. Yeah. No, you have some good people on the other side. Young Stuart, Stuart Young, sorry. No, I didn't accuse him of anything. I beg your pardon, the lady. I beg your pardon.
1 minute.
You see, because I want my friends to know, and on our side and on their side, we must be safe in each other's company. That we must look after each other because we are the leaders of this nation.
Honorable Member, your 10 minutes have expired. You have 3 seconds.
I want to thank you and to my noble colleagues on this side and to my friends on the other, and to truly wish us well, because if we do well for this nation. God bless you.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Joseph.
Many thanks, Madam Speaker. As I make my main contribution in this, the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Before I start, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank God for this opportunity. I would like to thank my family who have supported me in this journey. I would like to thank the political leader and Prime Minister, Dr. Rowley, for the opportunity to be the Member of Parliament for St. Joseph and also to be the Minister of Health. Fourthly, I would like to thank the over 19,000 persons in the constituency of St. Joseph
90?
who voted. The over 19,000 persons who voted, who took the decision to exercise their franchise. Whether they voted for or against me is irrelevant. The fact is, they voted. I have often heard my political leader say that the late A.N.R. Robinson is quoted as saying that the professional class has failed this country. And I never knew what that meant, Madam Speaker, until I heard an illustrious member of the political class, of the professional class, tell people of color, tell women who were traditionally disenfranchised not to vote. If ever the professional class failed Trinidad and Tobago, that statement, not to vote, failed Trinidad and Tobago. And I congratulate every citizen who rejected that call and came out and voted for either the UNC or the People's National Movement. Madam Speaker, I also want to congratulate you on your election to the post of Speaker. And your ruling this morning, Madam Speaker, on what is sub judice actually brought a breath of fresh air to this chamber. We can now have the restoration of dignity to the office that you hold, as represented in the chair that you occupy. Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, the election that just passed represented the rejection of the values of Rashmi, rejection of life sport, rejection of squandermania, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption. It rejected false papers. It rejected gracelessness in the face of defeat. You wanted majority MPs, 50% plus one. You got it. What's the problem? Everyone here was elected with 50% plus one. We did not have to have that disastrous runoff bill, which was going to be totally unconstitutional to get what you wanted. You wanted no splitting of the vote. You wanted a two-party race. You got it. What's the problem? You got a two-party race. You wanted to decimate a third party. You decimated the Congress of the People from 7 seats to 1 seat. You got it. But yet you want to go to court. Your will was done. Superior's will was done, Madam Speaker. You got it. But, Madam Speaker, I have to spend about 10 minutes rebutting some arguments from the other side. And I want to start off with Carney Central. Carney Central, in his contribution, asked about 20 questions. His constituents want to know. He asked about 20 questions of the PNM. His constituency wants to know this, that, and the other. but he did not ask the final 21st question and the most important question of all, because his constituents want to know whether he is UNC or COP. And tell them that. You wake up one morning, COP, and by dusk, by sunset, you are UNC. That is what your constituents want to know, my friend. And this is the same member of parliament who stood up and talked about transparency and hid behind a legal opinion that he couldn't tell us how he was going to dispose of the lands in Invaders Bay. The biggest disposal of real property in Trinidad and Tobago, and the procurement guru of the past government could not even provide a deed to the land. Could not provide a deed for the land to satisfy any potential buyer. Madam Deputy Speaker, in responding to the Member of Parliament for St. Augustine, I am reminded of Prt8 and Stockholm Syndrome. And I just want to read into the Hansard what Stockholm Syndrome is. It's a physiological phenomenon in which hostages express sympathy and empathy and have positive feelings towards their captors and even help them in the commissioning of their crimes. That is what that contribution from St. Augustine reminds me of, Stockholm Syndrome, because a Member of Parliament for St. Augustine did not tell this Parliament in response to the Honorable Attorney General what was his role as head of the Legislative Review Committee, what was his role as Minister of Justice and Minister of Legal Affairs about the issues surrounding the proclamations of the Children Act 2012. He did not regale us with anything, any explanation about the mess coming out of the Children's Homes Foster Care and Nurseries Bill 2000, where the state, as I'm told by the Honorable Attorney General, will now be liable to the tune of $300 million. That is what we are being regaled with today. And the member for St. Augustine, held hostage by the UNC, sat in cabinet as head of the Legislative Review Committee and said nothing, did nothing. It reminds me of Schultz in Hogan's Heroes. I see nothing, I do nothing.
I am nothing.
And he sat in a cabinet. And now this government is going to have to pay out those fees. It would be nice to hear if anyone can be held personally liable for those things. For the umpteenth time, we will tell the member for St. Augustine that the issue of taxes will go to each corporation. That was clearly said in our local government manifesto of 2013. All taxes and revenue collected under any corporation will go to the corporation, so that you don't have the discrimination which took place under your administration, where the Tunapuna-Piarco Regional Corporation got their development budget cut from 25 million to 21 million, while central government budgets kept going up and up and up. Similarly, the San Juan Laventil Regional Corporation, their development project budget was cut. All corporations now, whether you're a UNC corporation or a PNM corporation, will have a steady, known, and reliable stream of revenue to plan. And we said any shortfall will be made up by central government. We have been saying so for 2 years. 2 years. But Stockholm Syndrome is a vicious thing. Madam Speaker, during the campaign, we said ad nauseum that the alignment of the mass transit system, nobody ever said about a bullet train, It is this member of parliament who introduced into the debate a bullet train. We spoke about a mass transit system elevated over the priority bus route. That is the alignment that St. Augustine did not hear because he is suffering from Stockholm Syndrome, being held here and falling in love with their captors. He wants to talk about the financing of the mass transit system. We said ad nauseum during the campaign, we will invite the IADB to do a feasibility study, and if it can be done, it can be financed through long-term debt financing, as opposed to my friend from St. Augustine, who sat in cabinet and agreed to the financing of the Point Fortin Highway, taking $7 billion for the largest infrastructural project this country has ever seen from the current account. That is how they finance. You take $7 billion from the current account, so the country is now short of cash. We have clearly said we will go into long-term debt financing, and the rates of interest these days are quite low. Madam Speaker, sorry. I want to respond at some length to the issue of Caroni Limited. It was brought up by 3 speakers, inclusive of Naparima. And it is time that somebody on this side finally unmasks the UNC for their role in the demise of Caroni Limited. And I will do that today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, prior to 2000, sugar was given preferential entry into the European Union under the Lomé Convention. It was a way of the Europeans telling the ACP states, African, Caribbean, and Pacific states, their former colonies, that, maybe for past transgressions, we will allow you duty-free access into our markets for your sugar and your bananas. By 2000, the world was changing, and the whole issue of duty-free concessions was no longer as viable as it was. New members of parliament will learn that very often we will debate bills here which Trinidad and Tobago, as a small state, has absolutely no choice but to sign up to, whilst the big metropolitan countries like the United States don't have to do it. It's one rule for the big countries, one rule for the small countries, and the new parliamentarians will learn about this. By 2000, Europe was telling its former colonies, the ACP states, African, Caribbean, and Pacific states, look, this preferential treatment has to end. And they came up with something called the Cotonou Agreement, which the Barclay-Pandey administration signed in June of 2000. The Barclay-Pandey administration, of which the member of Oropouche East, Chaguanas West, Caroni East were all members of. Couva South would have been in the unions in those days. Siparia was there. And I want to ask any of these honorable members, did you raise a voice of objection in cabinet in 2000 when the Barclay-Pandey administration signed the Cotonou Agreement? Or did the Barclay-Pandey administration, like us now, did they have a choice but to sign it? The fact is, the Barclay-Pandey administration signed that agreement, and Oropouche East knows that, Chaguanas West knows that, Caroni East knows that, Couva South knows that, Caroni Central knows that. And in that agreement, you had the banana protocol, you had the sugar protocol, which reduced this preferential access. But, Madam Speaker, what is more galling is this. What is more galling is this. Part of the Cotonou Agreement, when you read the objectives, was the alleviation of poverty in ACP states, African, Caribbean, and Pacific states. Madam Speaker, I spent my early years in Caroni, opposite a cane field. My father had a shop, rum shop on the side, grocery on one side. And I would see sugar workers come to our shop broken in spirit, broken in body, because they're out in the field since 2, 3 in the morning, with all the attendant social problems that went with sugarcane cutting. All the attendant problems. And Professor Paul Deyalsingh has written a very good paper on that. It's in the public domain. I saw it. But what is more important for us to understand is this. Do you know what the cost of production of sugarcane being sold into the EU was then? The cost of production was 50 cents a pound. Do you know what the price was that we were getting? 15 to 25 cents a pound. It was being subsidized by 100%. 100%. Trinidad and Tobago is one of the highest cost producers of sugar in the Caribbean, together with Barbados. It was an untenable industry. Whether the Basdeo Pandey administration had a choice or not, the fact is he signed on to it. And did any of you raise your voice in protest? Signing of the Cotonou Agreement in 2000 was the beginning of the end of the sugar industry in Trinidad and Tobago. Fact. It was further ratified by the then Minister of Trade, then MP for San Fernando West, Ms. Diane Sukaran. That was the way the world was going, to free trade, elimination of subsidies, eradication of poverty. And if you want further proof, Madam Speaker, that it was the UNC that started the decline of sugar as an industry in Trinidad, I read into the Hansard an article called Anand Ramlogan's Speech, COP Rally, 6th October 2007, in which he talks about why he chose the COP. He says, why COP? He says the political vehicles with ethnic number plates have exhausted their utility and have become obsolete. That is our friend. He was calling our friends opposite obsolete. He goes on to say, the UNC had a chance and blew it. The destruction of Caroni is painful, but the truth is Pandey assisted in the destruction of Caroni by failing to strengthen and restructure it when he was in power. These are the words of Anand Ramlogan, and I will repeat it for the national community, Laventil West. The UNC had a chance and blew it. The destruction of Caroni is painful, but the truth is Pandey assisted in the destruction of Caroni by failing to strengthen it and restructure it when he was in power. But he goes on to say, he killed Caroni, he being Pandey, killed Caroni, and Manning lowered its coffin with the UNC performing the last rites, RT and all.
Oh my God.
This is Anand Ramlogan saying that the UNC performed RT. This is Anand Ramlogan, not me, my brother. That is what Anand Ramlogan said.
And he represents this.
But, Madam Speaker, do you know what I came across recently? An article, and this is going to shock our friends, especially our new friends.
Not good.
An article by Rhonda Dowlatt in the Newsday. Laventil West, listen to this one, Madam Speaker. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Wednesday, August 31st, 2005. Junior Finance Minister Christine Sahadev yesterday offered high praises to President General of the All Trinidad Sugar and General Trade Union, Rudranath Deyalsingh, for his representation of former Caroni former workers in their hour of need. Hear what they go on to say, Madam Speaker. She said, Deyalsingh did what he had to do. That is help shut down Carney. Deyalsingh. He said, wait, hold on, the best is yet to come, like Frank Sinatra. Frank Sinatra has a song on his tombstone. The best is yet to come. Love until West. Deyalsingh will receive the Shakonia Medal Silver today at President's House, a national award for his contribution to the trade union movement, specifically overseeing the smooth transformation of Carney 1975 Limited, which resulted in more than 7,000 former sugarcane workers receiving visa payments for land and residence. Who shut down Carney Limited? Who shut down Carney Limited? Madam Speaker, I put it to you. It was Mr. Basdeo Pandey and Mr. Rudranath Deyalsingh who helped shut down Carney Limited. Not the PNM Faizabad, not the PNM Naparima. And that, my friends, is the inconvenient truth about Carney Limited. And he sits down there for 5 years and pounds the PNM while he collected a Shakonia Silver Medal for the role he played in the shutting down of Carney Limited. He was awarded. He received the Shakonia Silver Medal for the part he played and received a medal at President's House, being lauded by Christine Sahadev, former junior Minister of Finance. I never said she gave you. She lauded you. And Kuva South sits down there and pretends that he had no role to play in the shutdown of Carney Limited. An inconvenient truth. Madam Speaker, much has been said about the economy. Much has been said about full employment under the past administration. But, Madam Speaker, let me tell you something. Nobody believes those figures about full employment. Not even Moody's. Do you know why Moody's downgraded us? One, no data from CSO. And Carney Central was in charge of CSO. No medium-term policy framework. Who was in charge of that? Carney Central. No diversification of the economy. So when they talk about an economy blossoming and blooming, Moody's gave 3 criteria why we were downgraded. 1, no diversification. 2, no reliable data from the CSO. And 3, no medium-term development plan. Madam Speaker, as we ignore that and we return to the budget, because I've spent enough time rebutting. This budget is entitled Restoring Confidence and Rebuilding Trust. Let's do this together. Madam Speaker, I have been heartened by the responses of responsible, independent thinkers, business associations to this budget. What this budget has done, as the Honorable Minister of Finance has said, it starts a conversation on some difficult issues. For instance, the fuel subsidy. That's a difficult conversation to have. But this Minister of Finance has the fortitude to start that conversation, and we congratulate him for that.
Oh yes, oh yes.
And this is a time, if we heed the Prime Minister's call, when he made it in Queen's Hall, when we were all given our instruments of appointment for volunteerism. And I will come to volunteerism soon in the health sector. And this is time for all groups and all parties to join together under God to take Trinidad and Tobago forward. Madam Speaker, I am not one, when I was in opposition, to make light of serious health issues, We always defer to the Minister of Health because we never felt health was an issue to be politicized. But I have to call into question the former Minister of Health, asking the current Minister of Health, what is he doing to stop the spread of hand, foot, and mouth disease from Jamaica to Trinidad? Madam Speaker, as we sit here right now, there are no confirmed cases in Trinidad. It's in Jamaica, it's in Cayman. And this Minister of Health in 2012, when there was an actual outbreak in Trinidad, the bulletin he put out was this: hand, foot, and mouth disease is usually a mild, short illness caused by a virus. It mainly affects children under 10. Madam Speaker, I have spoken to CAFRA. There is absolutely no need for panic, and I urge members opposite not to panic the population over the issue of hand, foot, and mouth disease in Jamaica. CAFRA has advised that there is no need to screen passengers coming in at our ports of entry from Jamaica. The same way the former Minister of Health would have dealt with an actual outbreak in Trinidad, we will similarly deal with it. But as of now, there is no confirmed case in Trinidad. It's a mild virus. What we will tell any parent, if you suspect your child has it, do not give aspirin, rehydrate the child, give paracetamol, acetaminophen. It is a self-limiting mild viral infection. And the protocols are there from 2012 when there was an actual outbreak in Trinidad. Don't politicize these issues. Madam Speaker, as I come to the substantive part of my contribution dealing with health, I refer to the government policy document, Let's Do This Together, which speaks about integrity and morality in public life, which is of the highest priority for this administration. And the standard of health is a significant marker in the development of any country, and we will use health as a marker. Our mission in the ministry is to create a modern healthcare system which is evidence-based. And as I go through my contribution, I will allude to what evidence we are using, which is focused on the redevelopment of primary healthcare as a priority. We have enough secondary hospitals, we have enough tertiary care. We are going to be refocusing on primary healthcare whilst not de-emphasizing any other aspect. We are going to look at the continued restoration of all our health facilities. And Madam Speaker, at this point in time, I want to refer to my Hansard contribution in the Senate of November 23rd, 2010, if you will allow me. And I don't know if my words then were prophetic. I would have been sitting opposite Shogunas East, as he is now, Senator then. And this is what I said, Madam Speaker, on November 23rd, 2010. The then Minister of Health was Senator Baptiste Cornelis. And I said, the point is that a person presented too late, having not taken care of a condition. You cannot blame any government or Minister of Health. I sympathize with Senator Baptiste Cornelis because what she is going to be faced with in Trinidad, especially with health, is a population that is going to clobber her and absolutely massacre her for every little thing that goes wrong, which are the exceptions. Those are my words in 2010. But she will get no praise for all the good, joyful outcomes of health. With respect to all those outcomes, you are only going to see a letter to the editor praising the staff. But if there is an unfortunate outcome in health, the Minister of Health of the day gets absolutely clobbered in the media. Those were my words. And on my first day, I had a very unfortunate incident to deal with. and the media clobbered me. The media called me 40 times a day. But you know, true to my words, an article, letter to the editor, appeared in the Express of Friday, October 2nd. Expertise, love, care at Mount Hope Hospital. And you know how many calls I got about this letter?
Zero.
None. Absolutely none. None. Absolutely none. This is a person lauding the Mount Hope system. And I got not one call from the media. Not one. But that's the nature of the thing. But I go on. I go on. Madam Speaker, in our manifesto, we outline 8 priority areas: chronic and non-communicable diseases, maternal and child health, care for the elderly, outreach visits to vulnerable populations, dental health, mental health, environmental health, and HIV/AIDS. What we are going to do, Madam Speaker, is link government manifesto, which is now government policy, to the Ministry of Health based on evidence. And non-communicable diseases, which is a significant part of primary health care, let me give you the evidence. 60% of deaths due to NCDs, with 50% of these dying before the age of 70, can be preventable to some degree. One of the first policy positions we are going to take is to establish a functioning NCD unit within the Ministry of Health. And the targets we are looking at are these. NCD's morbidity rate, to reduce our morbidity rates of NCDs per 100,000 population by about 50% within the next 5 years. Currently, Madam Speaker, it's 1,940.8 per 100,000 population. We would like to get that down. And some of these figures actually come from CAFRA. CAFRA estimates, Madam Speaker, that 8% of our GDP is wasted through diabetes and hypertension alone. Could you imagine that? 8% of our GDP is actually wasted through diabetes and hypertension. Madam Speaker, when I had the second or third heads of department meeting, and we're talking about our manifesto focusing on primary health care, I asked the persons around the table, I said, look, one of the things I think we should focus on in primary health care is dental health. Madam Speaker, the only thing that didn't happen was everybody bursting out into a round of applause. Because dental health has been put on the back burner of this country's health agenda for far too long. And we are going to put dental health back where it belongs. But we're going to put teeth into it. Very good. Madam Speaker, we currently have 47 dental units in 105 health centers, with 36 of them providing some sort of restorative care. But 7 are limited to providing only for extractions and 4 non-functional. So this administration is going to pay particular attention to dental health. And one of the first things I will be doing after this budget debate is finished is actually meeting with the Dental Council to see how we can move the dental agenda forward and bring it into a point of focus in primary health care. Madam Speaker, let me just give the national population an update on some of the facilities. The National Oncology Center is carded to be completed sometime between August 2013, well, not August 2013, November 2016, sorry. But one of the things we have to do is to bring the enabling legislation for that, which is the National Ionization, Radiation Protection and Security Authority Bill, and Ionizing Radiation Protection of Employees and Medical Exposure Regulations. That is high up on the list of our legislative agenda. The Arima Hospital, 150 beds. We had some problems because the contractor could not receive their 5% payment over the last budgetary cycle. The money had basically run out. We are trying to do that now. Point Fortin Hospital, 100 new bed, that is ongoing. There are some administrative issues being worked on, but that project is going on. Madam Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Barataria has been baiting me in the public to make a statement about the Children's Couva Hospital. First of all, let me give that hospital its correct name. It's the Couva Children's and Adult Hospital. It is not a children's hospital, as Barataria keeps on saying. It's a children's and adult hospital. But in an effort to portray herself as the mother of the country, she forgets the adult part. Now, Madam Speaker, there's a difference between opening a facility and commissioning a facility. Yes, the last administration, yes, the Member of Parliament for Barataria opened the facility. But it was never in the contemplation of the ministry or the Southwest Regional Health Authority about the commissioning. Commissioning means having all the equipment and having your staff. That hospital, at its peak, is going to require 2,700 able-bodied people to run it. But you don't commission the whole thing from day one. It is done in phases. Year one was supposed to be 470 people for year one. But I want the people of Central and South to know you are not being deprived of the use of that facility because that facility was never meant to be commissioned after its ceremonial opening. And the evidence to support that, Madam Speaker, is the minutes of the first meeting of the Couva's Children and Adult Hospital Commissioning Oversight Committee. And do you know when that first meeting was held?
When?
The first meeting held to commission the hospital was held on July 8th, 2015. July 8th, 2015. In other words, it never occurred to anyone that while this construction was taking place, to coterminously have the committee seeing about commissioning. Where are the people going to come from?
Space.
It was just space. The first, and there were even questions as to the vesting of this property. Would it be vested in the government or vested with the Southwest Regional Health Authority? And the member of Faizabad knows that. He knows there were concerns about how this property was to be vested, because the SWRHA CEO advised the Ministry of Health there was no provision in the 2014-2015 recurrent expenditure budget to support the staffing of 470 people for year one commissioning. And those are the facts. And the member for Faizabad knows that. So the members of the public in Couva are not being deprived of anything because it was never the intention to commission this thing this year. They opened a building. They opened a building. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said about procurement under the past administration. I now turn to CDAP. Our manifesto says clearly we are going to review and expand CDAP. CDAP costs this country about $40 million per year. And I want to read a report. Conducted by Banoya and Yan in 2013, which I got from CAFRA, but never made public. And you know why it was never made public? Because it spoke glowingly of CDAP. And this is what the report said. Remember, CDAP was started in 2004. A study conducted by Banoya and Yan in 2013 on the mortality rates for cardiovascular diseases in Trinidad and Tobago. The results showed a significant 2.9% decline per year in CVD mortality rates in Trinidad and Tobago. When the various policies were examined that may have contributed to this decline, it was concluded that the CDAP program and the massive scale-up in secondary prevention treatment was the main contributor. CDAP, started by the current Minister of Finance, accounted for the saving of over 5,000 deaths. 5,000 lives were saved with CDAP. But when they were in opposition, they had everything bad to say about CDAP. This report was never made public. Never made public. But, Madam Speaker, the scandal now is about the procurement and distribution of CDAP medication. The member for Fyzabad spoke about a bill, the Regional Health Authorities Bill, that the former member of Parliament, the former Minister of Health, piloted. And I'm going to quote from the answer because you are right. Part of the agenda was to give the RHAs the authority to purchase drugs on their own. And this bill, Wednesday, March 28, 2012. This means, Mr. Speaker, this is former Minister of Health, that the regional health authorities together would be able as a collective unit to buy bulk goods and services, which allows them to be economically expedient to do the same. He goes on in that same contribution to say now, this process, we could also put pharmaceuticals. Most of the pharmaceuticals are centrally bought, however, by NIBDEC and C40. Madam Deputy Speaker, so stick up in. CDAP costs $40 million a year. Madam Speaker, the former Minister of Health comes to Parliament on Wednesday, March 28, 2012, pilots a bill to give the RHAs the power to buy CDAP drugs. You with me? I refer to a 78-slide presentation by Indrani Rampasad, Director of Contracts, on the 14th of April 2014, which talks about the pitfalls of sole select tendering. I refer to a cabinet note, which the former Minister of Health takes to cabinet to recommend an open tender process for the setting up of an information system to monitor the use and utilization of CDAP drugs, called the National Health Card, I believe it is. The former Minister of Health goes to Cabinet on April 3rd, 2014 for an open tender proposal. Open tender. He is sent packing by the Cabinet, headed by the Member of Parliament for Siparia, and says, no, we don't want open tender, we want sole select tendering. Sole select. They give it to a firm. I'm not going to call the name of the firm because that is irrelevant. The name of the firm is irrelevant. What is relevant is that the Member of Parliament for Siparia, as the Chairman of Cabinet, rejects a note from former Minister of Health for open tender, and which he agrees with, which the technocrats at the ministry agrees with. And the Cabinet chooses sole select. And that contract is worth $30 million and does not include a maintenance contract, which is then priced at $17 million per year. 17. So the contract is 30 plus 17, 47. This is to manage CDAP. How much did I say CDAP costs per year? 40. So they are coming up with a $47 million program to manage a $40 million. But it gets worse. They then form something called a National Health Services Company Limited by Cabinet Minute number 1829 of July 15, with 3 deliverables. One of the deliverables, Madam Speaker, is the engagement of the services of the provider to provide, manage, and operate the procurement, storage, distribution, and usage of pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals. So, Member Fyzabad, you are correct. The RHAs were supposed to be given the authority. It was never done. We engaged our contractor at $30 million, did not include the $17 million maintenance fee, and then we set up a company. And you know what the cost to set up this company is, Madam Speaker? $8 million. Personnel expenditure, salaries to the CEO, corporate secretary, $1 million. Goods and services, $5 million. Minor equipment purchases, $2 million. So let me recap for the public. CDAP costs $40 million a year. We invite a company against the wishes of the Minister of Health by using sole select, give them a contract for $30 million without the maintenance of 17. So you have to spend the 17 eventually. So 30 plus 17. And then they set up a company costing $8 million to manage CDAP. Total cost to manage CDAP at $40 million, $55 million. You ever hear the saying, the candle costs more than the funeral? Well, this, Madam Speaker, is that. $55 million to manage a $40 million project. Where is the sense in all of this? Where is the sense? And this company...
Honorable Member for St. Joseph, your 45 minutes.
I will require my time. Thank you.
And I'd advise you to wrap up within that.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, arising out of that, we have advised central audit under the Minister of Finance to do a full audit into the national health card. Somebody wanted to know what was going to happen. That is what is going to happen. You're going to have an audit into the national health card. You are also going to have an audit into the Children's Life Fund by Ernst & Young. Legal fees for the Ministry of Health. We heard tales of legal fees this morning. Ministry of Health, little Ministry of Health. Over 5 years, $21 million in legal fees. With 20% of those legal fees, $5 million going to one man. One man finds his name on the register of lawyers for all the RHAs. This lucky one man gets $5 million in fees from our RHAs.
Was he one of the AG spoke about?
That is the entire budget for the Integrity Commission in this budget. That is what is going on with legal fees in this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to speak briefly about a couple policy positions that we are taking. HIV/AIDS, we have taken a policy position to return the Coordinating Committee for HIV/AIDS back to the Office of the Prime Minister. This is a multi-sectoral initiative that needs the intervention of the Office of the Prime Minister. That is a policy position we are taking. Madam Speaker, the issue of maternal and child health, the Cabinet note simply spoke about the position, but the position is not fully created. It just agreed to the criteria of the position, and PMCD is currently seeing about that, and the Permanent Secretary is working assiduously to see about that. Madam Speaker, we have issues of waiting lists for things like cataract surgeries, reading of MRI films, CT scans. We are working, I've already met with some local people to clear up the backlog on these things. I will report to the population more on that. Because I need to speak now about my constituency for the remaining 8 minutes or so. But I just want the population to remember two figures. $55 million to manage a $40 million project, and $21 million in legal fees, of which $5 million went to one man in all 4 RHAs. All 4. Has his tentacles in every single RHA. Madam Speaker, I represent the constituency of St. Joseph. And the constituency of St. Joseph does not have water, and has not had water since I assumed the role as Member of Parliament in November 5th, 2013, regardless of what anyone outside there says. It reminds me of a very unfortunate statement that my opponent in the general election made when he said, the reason why we don't have foreign exchange is because of the election. Have you heard a more inane statement? This foreign exchange issue facing my constituency, because we have big business, small business, has been going on since April 2014. But Vasan Bharat, Senator Vasan Bharat now, says the forex situation is because of general election. Who are you trying to fool? Whom are you trying to fool? So what happened in 2014? They had no election. But my constituents are now happy that we go back to the old system of allocating forex. My constituents need to have some community centers done. I am calling, and I have to write the current MP for community development, Minister, sorry, that the Mount Hope Community Center, which languished for 5 years under your tenure, now has to be opened. 5 years it languished there. We need to have the Curup Community Center either rebuilt or remodeled or refurbished. We need to have a community center built in Cayman. We need to have the My Tower Community Center restarted. Madam Speaker, the increase in taxable allowances from 60,000 to 70,000 per annum is of great benefit to my constituents, most of whom make that kind of money, which will give them an extra, I think, $240-something in your pocket per month. And when you couple that with the decrease in VAT from 15% to 12.5%, I am sure they can benefit greatly from that. Another initiative in this budget, which I had to prosecute in the public domain, is the way this government treated rent-to-own people. I had to go on the radio and TV and tell the HDC and tell Oropuch East that the letter that was sent out to rent-to-own people, age 58, to either take up their mortgage or get out, was wrong. Our focus on rent-to-own will service the same middle class that somebody spoke about there earlier, St. Augustine. That same middle class that St. Augustine is so concerned about. Stockholm Syndrome, so concerned about. My middle class constituents will benefit from that. We are going to expand and relook at CDAP. The solution to CDAP is not a $55 million solution. The solution to CDAP is to come up with a better method of procurement and distribution, and we're already working on that in the ministry to find a better method of procurement and distribution of CDAP. And when we do that, and the process becomes more efficient, then we can expand CDAP so that a report which tells you that CDAP is a main driver into the saving of 5,000 lives does not stay hidden from the public because it is a P&M policy. Because it's a P&M policy that came to light under the UNC, it stayed silent. Could you imagine that? And CDAP, for those of you who don't know, has been mentioned at World Health Fora with admiration. It is one of the developing countries in the entire globe. A landmark decision, a landmark project to ease. That is $40 million less that poor people and the middle class people that St. Augustine speaks about. He is so concerned about the middle class. That is $40 million less that the middle class and poor people have to find per year. From 2004 to 2015, 11 years. 11 by 44 is what? 11 by 40, $4 billion? Whatever it is, $400 million. That poor people have to find less. So, Madam Speaker, as I close, the Ministry of Health under this administration is in good hands. I want to reiterate that the hand, foot, and mouth outbreak in Jamaica is not a major concern to Trinidad now, and I have confirmed that with CAFRA. There is no need to make that into political football. The same measures that were taken in 2012, we will take in 2015, even though we have no confirmed cases here. I thank everyone for the opportunity to be in this House. I thank my political leader, and Madam Speaker, I thank you for the way you are conducting the business of this House. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Barataria, Sangre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I do anything, I would just like to congratulate you on your ascension to one of the toughest seats that you'll ever find in a parliament of any nature, and especially this country. But your handling of the parliament so far is quite good. As a former Deputy Speaker, may I just say that. First, let me also thank my constituents for having me here today and voting me back into office for the 6th time in this parliament. I want to thank them wholeheartedly. 6. Well, the member of Parliament for Port-au-Prince South says last. That is my choice, not yours.
I asked the question.
And I also want to thank the political leader of the United National Congress, member for Siparia, for giving me the authority to run for that seat for the 6th time, and I was equaling that last member, and to win it for 6 times. And also to be part of a government that made a difference in this country. And when we say make a difference, one looks at the matter of the figures, and you see 340,000 people voted for the People's Party Partnership, and 370 odd voted for the PNM, a difference of 30,000. And also,
You want my 400 votes?
the majority of Laventille did not support you, so it's quiet. You have 20-something thousand people in Laventille, and what, 5,000 support you? So you should be ashamed.
I got 13,000 votes, my friend.
You padded out.
Planted.
Yeah.
Plant is allowed. Let's get
Thank
on
you,
with the
Madam
business of the people.
I believe that.
Madam Speaker, may I start by saying that I sat in this honourable house for the last couple of days and wondering every time that the government speakers stood up, I tried to figure out why is it that every single member had such an aggressive tone. And as a doctor in my own right, I tried to figure out what caused that human behavior. The human behavior of aggression, the way it was done, and the only thing I can think about is that whenever you start a debate, whoever pilots a motion sets the tone of the debate. And then I realized, and I went back to the budget statement, and I saw exactly why the members on that side have become so aggressive. You see, Madam Speaker, this is a parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and we are here discussing the issues of the country. Granted, there has been an election has been won by the PNM on the other side, but when you start off with a budget statement which determines the actual running of a country and saying, Trinidad and Tobago rejected the politics of deception, betrayal, greed, arrogance, waste, and mismanagement. They rejected officially sanctioned corruption. Now that should have been struck off from the budget, as imputing improper motives. But they rejected discrimination and squandermania and immorality, nepotism and cronyism. I thought, Madam Speaker, that the Member of Parliament for Diego Martin Northeast was referring to the past PNM government. It's only when I realized that he was referring to our government, I decided that, that set the tone for the aggression of this House. Now, I will take it down a little bit. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't know anything about Caroni and the Lomé Convention and the Cotonou Agreement. I don't know much about it. Cotonou Agreement. I was a Deputy Speaker and I was a member of the ACP, but that in itself was not discussed. So I'm not versed to that, so I will not speak about that. What I, however, would like to speak about, Madam Speaker, is some erroneous figures that have been presented to this House. I was for 4 years the Minister of Health of Trinidad and Tobago. And one thing I am certain about, that the certain figures that has been presented here by my good friend from St. Joseph is not that correct. He went at length to speak about CDAP, and I must clear this up now, because before I start to indicate the legacy projects that we left. The Member of Parliament for St. Joseph, Minister of Health, said that when he went into the office and he saw the CDAP the CDAP, which is the Chronic Disease Assistance Program, it was only $50 million, I think. But CDAP, Madam Speaker, when you look at it in all its sides, it's approximately $300 million. In fact, Madam Speaker, it has ballooned on the estimates to 300. By the time you finish the year, it goes to about $600 million because of the inefficiencies of the procurement, the methods of approach, the lack of distribution, the lack of RHA controls, the lack of everything on the supply chain, Madam Speaker. And we went to town and looked at it and tried to find a way, how would we, one, bring accountability to CDAP, as well as making sure that the correct drugs reach the correct people at the correct time without shortages. And you would have read that CDAP shortages of drugs always made the papers in letters, in articles, in everything. So we had to find a way to do it. Now, prior to 2011, I'm going back to 2001 when I was the junior minister of health, minister of the Ministry of Health. We had the same problem. And what was happening at that time, the health offices, the pharmacists were working according to normal hours, but the patients were not getting the pharmaceuticals as they should. There were shortages, quite a lot of shortages at that time. I can't remember who was responsible. I think it was still NIPDEC. Now, the then minister, who was the Minister Hamza Rafiq, came up with the idea that if we were able to put government pharmaceuticals in pharmacies close to a health office, then the patients will be able to access these pharmaceuticals anytime, as well as during the day. And that is how CDAP was born. We went about it and we looked at it and we decided this is what we will do. And we will send these pharmaceuticals into the system. And then we had a very early election from the then Attorney General, and the Prime Minister couldn't see eye to eye, and we ended up in an election, I think it was December. On December 21st, I remember the member for Diego Martin Northeast became the Minister of Health. And he took the CDAP program, I can't remember what it was called then, created the CDAP from that substrate. And it came as a CDAP with NIPDEC. Now, over the years, CDAP started off well, and drugs and pharmaceuticals were added on to it each time. And at a time before 2011, I think it was 2009, the diabetic program was launched, where people would get free glucometers, free strips to look after their diabetes. Because CDAP and hypertension. But I specifically want to talk about the CDAP diabetic glucometers. You see, Madam Speaker, the member for St. Joseph could have asked me and I would have told him. I have no problem telling him that the firm that was chosen after proper tender rules by the Central Tenders Board systems, with a lot of discussions between the Ministry of Health technocrats, NIPDEP technocrats, Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, Health Services Committee, the Health Council of our Cabinet Committee. They were the firm that was doing CDAP already. They had done the CDAP of the 300,000 people or patients. They were the ones who put a card together for people to access the glucometers and the strips. That is what they did. It was just an extension of that. The initial part of that health card was born out of an extension of what was occurring already. Because once somebody was doing something, Madam Speaker, it would be easy to continue. Because we were losing, and I would say after discussion with the Minister of Finance, Mr. Lawi Hawaii, approximately $300 million in leakage. We, NIPDEC, as well as the Ministry of Health technocrats, and we put a team together, sat down, and they trashed out the values, Madam Speaker. And the firm started off with a small amount of money to see how it ran. And they were able to put in every single 275 pharmacies in Trinidad and Tobago the hardware and printers and everything else to deal with the health card. And also, they were able to purchase the soft license, the license from for the software. And that does cost a lot of money. So, Madam Speaker, when the Member of Parliament for St. Joseph comes in and says that CDAP is $50 million, automatically he is incorrect. It's $300 million and goes to 600 when you purchase quite a lot of items. The health card, Madam Speaker, is just an extension of a card that was there already for the diabetics. But now we've put on this health card the matter of registration, and as well as pharmacy registration, patient registration, and also the only people who can get this health card would be those citizens, legal residents, permanent residents, etc. Because we saw there was a serious leakage in this country from pharmaceuticals as well, from normal pharmaceuticals of CDAP and HIV drugs, as well as oncology drugs. And this is the function of the health card. By doing that, will you be quiet? Right. Learn something now. You've been here as long as I have. You have.
Members, please be guided. Interruptions are very specifically allowed for under our standing orders. And Honourable Member for Barataria, if you direct your comments here, you'd be less distracted.
Madam Speaker, I would love to do that because you're much better looking than he is. You see? Now, Madam Speaker, I just want to go, Madam Speaker, that is how the health card came about. And the reason I'm going through this because it has been in the public domain about this $30 million, this $20 million, and it's all this rubbish that has been going on. And I can't believe a member for St. Joseph fell for that also. This is how it went. And it continued. And we had a team set up every single week meeting with Deputy Permanent Secretary Jacobs, as well as about everybody from NIPDEC, as well as myself, iron it out. We end up with the health card. The health card, Madam Speaker, is, if it is continued, is the foundation of the national health insurance system in this country. So when we speak today, when Digo Martin Norty speaks about universal health care, universal health insurance, he cannot do it unless there's some system in place to regulate that system. And every single person, we started off with CDAC because we had a database, Madam Speaker. Using that database, we were able to we are producing cards together with TT Connect and TT Connect centers, as well as the Ministry of Health and Pharmacies. When those 300,000 people of CDAP are registered, the HIV and oncology centers will be done, patients. Now, $30 million was the cost so far. That has not been paid in full because there are systems in place to check at each level when and how the system and the payment is done based on the deliverables. So it may be $30 million allocated. In cabinet you have allocation, but the payouts are not the allocation. Allocations are given, however the payouts are dependent on deliverables. And I don't think they've gotten that amount yet because the health card hasn't been fully commissioned. The $17 million for maintenance, Madam Speaker, that was not given because we found it to be too exorbitant and we had to go back to the drawing board. So when you come in, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, if you talk a lie very loud, you think everybody should believe it. But that is not the way things were done. That $17 million was never given. In fact, the cabinet and the health council looked at it and said that is too much. Let them run it for a year, which is the cost of what is happening, before we talk about maintenance. And Madam Speaker, not only will the health card see about pharmaceuticals, there is a strip which will be converted to a chip that you will have your medical records, your medical investigations and everything. So you'll walk around with this health card like an identification card with all your hospital records on it. I haven't heard anything from the member for St. Joseph about the loss of medical records in this country. People in this country go to the health offices and the health centers and the hospitals, and the records are lost. The health card is was a system to deal with that. So what would have occurred, Madam Speaker, you would have been able to detect when let's say one pharmaceutical leaves C40, which is where they are housed, when they go towards a RHA, when they're distributed from that RHA to somebody and given to a patient. So you could track the whole supply chain. So nobody could come and say that they need another set of eye drops, which cost about $500. As it stands now, without the health card, you can get 30 eye drops in a month and use one and sell the other 29. With the health card, you will not be able to do that. And that is what the whole reason behind the health card, Madam Speaker. So to come here,
Dishonest.
order the health card. Feel free to do it. I have no problem with it. I've noticed in this budget debate, Madam Speaker, the member for San Fernando West started off with indicating the amount of legal fees. The member for Port-au-Spain South, St. Anne's West repeated everything he said. And there's been an attack on the legal fees. I will tell you about legal fees in the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health is an area that seems to be very lucrative for people who have medical negligence. They go after it. And I inherited from the Eastern Regional Health Authority, and I'm telling you something, Madam Speaker, one of the legal representatives who is very close to the PNM, where they signed off on a medical negligence case when they were told that it shouldn't be done, something called consent, you might understand it. Consent was given verbally for $6 million for a case, and that had to be paid off from our. I tried my best to see if it could have been decreased. It wasn't worth that amount of money. But it set a precedent in the system where we had to now look at that. That was a precedent set, thanks to one of the legal people from that side. So, Madam Speaker, when we Ministry of Health, and you will learn it, member for St. Joseph, daily there are medical negligence protocols, pre-action protocols or cases. There's a case in South that we're doing at present for the last 4 years, where the claimants are asking for quite a lot of money, and we are paying the lawyers to defend the Ministry of Health. There's another one where I've asked for an appeal, but I did ask for appeal because if that case went through as it was, we would not be able to pick up a mental health person in this country again. So this is where a lot of the legal fees go to. I have no decision on who gets the legal work. The RHA does that. They choose whoever it is. And I put in place, Madam Speaker, that it must be cleared by the legal department of the ministry. Anything. So too, contracts. All contracts must be cleared by a contract review committee at the ministry. That was the direction of a Mnister, which is Section 5 of the RHA Act, because RHAs can choose what they want and procure how they do, but the minister can put things in place. So, Madam Speaker, putting these things in place was done because the People's Partnership inherited a complete mess in the health sector, and it was bad. I mean, when we look at it, people are having long waiting times for visits, long waiting times for MRIs. Pathology slides were taking a year to be given. You were accident and emergency was a horror story, and it was going on and on. Cardiac services, it was not done in hospital. It got so bad, Madam Speaker, that when the People's Partnership went into office, we found out that millions, millions of dollars were being paid to private institutions for things that could be done in the hospitals. And I put a cap and said nothing will be outsourced until we get that into the center. And we did. And out of that, after things started off in the hospitals, came about with the increase in the medical aid and increase in the EPP, which is the External Patient Program, for cataracts, which the minister is going to do, is happening already. MRIs, it's happening already. CT scans, happening already. Joint surgeries. In fact, there's a team from Denver, Colorado, that's going to be coming here in November, end of November, to do 100 joint replacements, thanks to us. That's what we did. I hope they don't stop it. Joint replacements, they are very necessary now as we have an aging population. Our aging population dictates that we have diabetic need for treatment as well as joints. And they're coming from Denver. And I don't think, Madam Speaker, that the member for St. Joseph Ministry of Health did that in 1 month. That was ongoing for that to happen. We've also, now, the Children Life Fund, I need to touch on the Children Life Fund. That was, it made news, front page news, because at the time it was necessary to make news, because it was the election period and everybody wanted to get their 2 cents worth. The Children Life Fund has saved more than 230 children in the country. But the legislation was written in a way that only those with life and death circumstances, as per said by a specialist surgeon or specialist doctor, can access the life fund up to $1 million to live. People applied, some people didn't get, some people got. Cardiac surgery could be considered life and death, but it could be done here, but some people have gotten the approval to go away. When we changed the board of the Children Life Fund, there was a new CEO. And what she found, but it has not been proven, and it's in the hands of the fraud squad, that there was some discrepancy of about $7,000 US. That is it. US, 7,642, about 42,000. And most of it has not been fully elucidated, yes or no, by the patient relatives. It's $1,000 that usually is given to patient relatives when they go abroad for initial expenses. But you're speaking about $1 million being given and $1,000 US for expenses. About 7 people didn't get, said they didn't get it. They can't remember if they got it or not. And a big hue and cry was done because the CEO was asked to leave because of other things, not that. There was a lot of other things, and I want you to audit it. I want the member of St. Joseph to audit that, and you come back here and tell us what the auditor said, and you will see. And as a result of that, Madam Speaker, things hit the airwaves, and the Children Life Fund, because the only reason why Children Life Fund became such an issue, because it was in Cabinet Note number 1 of the Member of Parliament for Superior, the then Prime Minister, and if you take down the head, the body will die. And that's the only reason why. If the Member of Parliament for Superior was not the one who did that Children Life Fund, you would have heard very little about it. And that's how it runs. So you see, Madam Speaker, politics, and this is the first time in a long time I will agree with my Prime Minister of 95 when he said politics has a morality of its own. Believe it does. I've learned that over the time. And sometimes the morality of politics is not the morality of the real world. It's a totally different thing. And things happen for, I mean, like to this, a simple example is this CDAP. CDAP is something that we're supposed to do, and granted, yes, we spoke about I came to the Parliament and we spoke about what? We spoke about the procurement by the RHAs. For one RHA could procure all the RHAs. This was to get away from the inefficiency of what he was doing. And I hoped they would have taken it up on board, but it never happened. The RHAs were the ones supposed to do it. So we had to, at the Ministry of Health, form the Hospital Services Company. That's what we had to do. Because the RHAs, each RHA, North, South, East, and Central, Tobago is out of the jurisdiction on the THA. Because the procurement system was such that you had a different discrepancy in each one, the Hospital Managed Service Company came into being, because that would have been able to get faster procurement from the Ministry of Health. I'll tell you an example, Madam Speaker. it came to my attention that an echocardiogram was broken down. An echocardiogram machine checks the heart, ultrasound of the heart and how it runs. I told them to get one urgently. Urgently. A year after, it has not been found. And what we were doing, sending all the echocardiograms out to private sector to do it. A year afterwards, an emergency echocardiographic machine was not given. And that is not all. I can go again. Vitreoretinal surgery. People in this country have a very high incidence of diabetes. Their eyes are most important to function. The back of the eye is the retina. And what happens? Diabetes damages the back of the eye. Uncontrolled diabetes. And they'd have to do vitreoretinal surgery. We bought the instruments for San Fernando. Always a problem. We tried to get it in Port-au-Spain, pushing it urgently. It's now happening approximately a month ago, just for elections. Because I put down and I said, this must happen before I leave. We have to pay $23,000 per patient in the external market. So putting the VR surgery equipment was one part of it, as well as so. And it's happening, Madam Speaker. Now, we spoke about CDAP and the high incidence of the diabetes and the primary health care and where we're going to go with primary health care. Madam Speaker, I was doing that for 4 years already. It's nothing new. When I went to the ministry, I found out that the STEPS program showed that 60% of adults, 55% of children are becoming obese in this country. It still is, it's a bad case of obesity. And that came about, the Fight the Fat program and all the other programs and primary health care programs came about as a result of those figures. So going to primary health care, member, St. Joseph, you're just continuing what we've started. There's nothing new. Because what also we did, Madam Speaker, and we also looked at it and realized that many people should be treated at home, do what they call the wellness numbers, rather than just going to a health office when you're sick. So I discussed it in cabinet, and the Honorable Prime Minister said, but why don't you open the health offices later so people after work can go there? And we opened 105 health offices late, 9 o'clock, 24 hours, weekends, everything, Madam Speaker. So it's there. We refurbished it, utilizing the CPEP program, an innovative way to use CPEP by the minister, by the member for Oropouche East and the member for Tabakit. CPEP and URP were able to assist in refurbishing all the health centers in the country, as well as summer hospitals. And that is called innovative use of CPEP, not just cutting grass. And they did a very good job. And may I say that to the member of the Gomati Northeast, some of them still needs to be paid. Now, Madam Speaker, we look at the children hospital, Cuba Children Hospital. Cuba Children Hospital reminds me a lot of the 95 to 2000 government and UNC that I was part of. In 1995, the Pandey administration, they saw a rotten airport inherited, a bad airport. And a new airport was done. Forget the other part of it, that has been done in the law. But it was a new airport, people loved it. And as soon as 2002 came in, it was totally, the whole idea and concept of the airport was looked upon as something bad. Because why? It was done by the United National Congress. The Cuba Children Hospital, we know it's an adult hospital, it has 120 adult beds. But the part that you're looking at, has the sign on it, is the children part of it. So you have the Cuba Children Hospital block there. And you have the adult hospital be on the other side. In between there is the investigations and the corridors, etc. No equipment, member for St. Joseph. I put a commissioning team there from Southwest Regional Health Authority and also the Ministry of Health. Dr. Doon is the one who did it.
In July.
Well, we had to wait to see exactly what we needed. No, you could laugh. Keep going. Madam Speaker, you could laugh as much as you want, but it's the commission.
Continue, Member
Thank you.
Barataria.
The Cuba Children's Hospital, Madam Speaker, was attacked by the member for St. Joseph as, it's not a true hospital, it's a Cuba Children Adult. Yeah, Cuba Children Adult Hospital. Of course it is, that's what it is, 120 beds versus 80 beds. That's what it is. There's also plans and it's there to have a burn center, a helipad, and an accident and emergency center. Now, while it was being built, we were looking at it and deciding how we were going to staff it. I could teach you how to staff it. We were going to staff it utilizing the overall flow from Cuba Accident and Emergency as well as San Fernando Emergency into the Cuba Hospital. We are also looking at, and if you look at it, there's a cabinet note for it, where the privatization, utilizing a private management firm from international repute to run the Cuba Children's Hospital. It's there. As well, and the Chinese have expressed interest in doing it. You could speak to them. Now, when you say that there are no equipment, did you visit it? You haven't visited it? Please visit it, Member for St. Joseph. Because what you'll do, you will look as though, when you look at that hospital, you will come back here and apologize to the Member for Superior. You will. I also ask you to visit the Carnage Health Facility. And you will see the similarities in what both of them look like. The Carnage Health Facility and the Cuba Children's Hospital are state-of-the-art centers that we gave to people via the Member for Superior. In that Cuba Hospital, I can read all the equipment. Cabinets, in the endoscopes, you have anesthetic carts, you have operating theater tables, you have everything, wall-mount ophthalmology sets. But what is most, you have all that, every single thing there. But what is most significant, you know what you have there? You have a 3 Tesla MRI center. And you know what that 3 Tesla MRI could do? It's fast, rapid MRI. And that is why we indicated the CT scan is there. There is a mammogram machine that's state-of-the-art. And we were hoping that the commissioning team would have started. We were hoping that the commissioning team would have started with the radiology department, Madam Speaker, and start commissioning the radiology department. Then the children in outpatient clinic, accident emergency, and then surgical part and operating theater. And there's a lot of equipment. And if you go through it, I could show it to you. That's there. And the adult part of the hospital has been completed from what I remember. There is also designs on the system for a rehabilitation center. There's all there. So what I'm saying to you, Madam Speaker, when you come to this Honorable House and speak about nothing was done and how bad it is and how bad the health sector is, that's an indictment on me. And I'm really going to take offense at that. You see, Madam Speaker, when you look at, for years, I think it's 40 years, Arima was supposed to get a hospital. 40 years. I tried while doing the plans and the negotiations for that hospital to repair as much as I can about the old hospital, which was left to ruins. We were able to get Block E done, and we are refurbishing the accident emergency part of the, in fact...
Madam Deputy Speaker, Standing Order 48-6, I never said that the health sector is in a bad state. I asked for that statement to be withdrawn.
It says scandalous state.
Honourable Member, 48-6 refers to imputing improper motives. So that if it is...
Taking your time.
If it is that you're saying that you have been misquoted, okay, and if that is the case, if you have been misquoted, I'd ask the Honourable Member for Barataria to be more accurate in your references.
Madam Speaker, on your indication, I will just withdraw that for now, and I will try to look at the Hansard next time to get a proper approach. Now, Arima Hospital, Madam Speaker, was in the cards for about 40 years. So to Point 14 Hospital. Both of these hospitals, Madam Speaker, I'll have to come to Scarborough. There's so much we have done, Madam Member for Superior. I don't know what else to speak about. There's so much to speak about. The Arima Hospital, we went through the negotiations, we went through with finance, we went through with the Chinese embassy, and we were able to start work for the mobilization and their plans, and it has been, as they say, sod-turning ceremonies. So too with Point Fortin, similar type of hospital. But one of the flagships, Madam Speaker, is that of the Oncology Center. When we took office in 2010, the Oncology Center was concrete and grass. Grass, concrete, and more grass and less and thick concrete. We went about it utilizing the same architects, Faro Partnership, and UDCOT was given the task of starting the process and organizing the contractor together with the structure linked with Faro Partnership. Work started, Madam Speaker. Work started, and what we also found that the oncology center that was going to be built was a bit deficient. And as a result of that, I took a note of cabinet and got approval to put what we call the PET-CT scan unit and a cyclotron to make radiopharmaceuticals. And we also put into that oncology center a linear accelerator called a CyberKnife. That is ongoing. Unfortunately, it could not have been finished because the Faro Partnership went into bankruptcy and we did not have the plans. UDCOT didn't have the plans. All the plans had to be redone. It took almost about a year to be redone because there was nothing to do, not based on the drawings. That is ongoing, has been ongoing for the last 5 or 6 months. So, and as the Member of Parliament said, we should get that oncology center by the middle and end of next year. Also, another thing, Madam, so that was, we took care of the oncology part of it, together with the satellite oncology centers in San Fernando, which we opened, with the Member of Parliament for Faizabad being the chairman at that time, as well as Sangre, Grande. And there is also a lot of satellite units of cancer care in St. James. I want to speak a little bit about maternal and child health, Madam Speaker. Maternal and child health was something that the Honourable Member for Siparia, then Prime Minister, commissioned a committee to look into maternal deaths and fetal action. The Member of Parliament for Faizabad was the chairman of that committee. And out of that came discussions of the major heads of obstetrics and gynecology and pediatrics, and a document with recommendations of what to do to decrease maternal deaths and to decrease fetal deaths was given. We put a lot of it into place. The last thing that we have the Director of Women's Health, which was done prior to exiting office, as well as we started looking at the fetal medical unit in Eric Williams, where young preterm babies will be taken care of. That has been done and is there, and I recommend that for it to continue for my honourable colleague from St. Joseph. So we looked at that. Now I just want to go into a little bit about just one thing about that, Madam Speaker. The Women's Hospital, when we first went there in 2010, we found that none of the elevators were working. None. So pregnant women, the theaters are at the lower floor and the wards at the second and third floor. So when we had to do any cesarean sections or any deliveries, or cesarean section or operative type of work, you had to bring these patients down somehow into the operating theater, and taking them up was another task because the stairs are steep. We were able to commission 2 new elevators in that hospital, as well as air condition most of the hospital, and put better seats, better, as I say, environmental friendly accident emergency systems in that hospital. But it still was deficient. And we were set about the task of developing what we call the Women's Outpatient Clinic. And you see it's going up there, it's almost 90% completed. And I noticed that it's mentioned there in Mount Hope. That is going to be it is going to be a state-of-the-art center with birthing rooms, teaching facilities. It's going to have an atrium, and it's going to be ultrasound and a full outpatient pharmaceutical center, which will be linked to the main hospital. Freeing up space in the main hospital for beds and more operating theaters. In other words, doing it like that, we were able to set that system moving forward, because from the committee report. Madam Speaker, another thing. If one did an X-ray in the women's hospital, you had to go across with your film to Mount Hope to get read and come back again this way. Madam Speaker, this day and age with telemedicine, that we put what they call the PAC system, the Picture Archive Computer System, where there's a feed of a digitalization from the Mount Hope Women's Hospital. You take the X-ray on a digital system, it is read in Mount Hope by the specialist, and you get back the results without moving. It is happening in Grande, it's happening from Toco to Grande, and it's all over. And they've also put one into Carenage, where you have the X-rays being done, and you will get the report back. You could even get it on your cell phone through that system, digitalization. These are the things we're looking at, and also in San Fernando. It's in San Fernando. So that was the form and movement of how the health sector was moving forward. Now I'm speaking about infrastructure. Let me speak a little about human resources. We found that there was a paucity of medical specialists in this country. And when that came into being, we realized that people either left to go abroad on their own, and never came back, or they just didn't do anything. The markets, the specialty training centers of England, Canada, United States, and Europe have all been closed. Even Jamaica has been closed. So we had to set up a system where we could have trained our young doctors and, as I say, nurses abroad. So we started out something called the medical scholarship system. The medical scholarship system, where somebody applies by advertisement to there's a numerous amount of specialized area, and they could now be sent abroad on with the behest of the government and return to fulfill that requirement. So, Madam Speaker, taken to that part of the human resource part of it, and I see that the member for Parliament for Northeast, Diego Martin Northeast, made a big fanfare in his budget presentation, saying that they have started to deal with the shortage of medical professionals, Madam Speaker. And I'll read it. He's starting to make a song and dance with that. Anyway, what he said that they are looking at the shortage of medical professionals, Madam Speaker, because they gave gate to some people in Grenada and in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, let me tell you something. Giving gate to people in Grenada, and I want you to understand that, Minister of Education, giving gate to people in Grenada and Jamaica will make sure that they hardly come back to Trinidad. You know that? They don't come back. Grenada, I'll tell you one. Grenada is being run by an offshore medical school system. They do their clinical studies and clinical work in the United States and England. And they form bonds there, and they don't come back at all, and they don't pay back the gate. We were trying to make sure that all students stay in Trinidad and Tobago who get the gate, and as a result of that, we opened San Fernando Hospital, the teaching hospital, 2 floors to train medical students, so we wouldn't have to pay out gate and lose our medical students. So you're paying gate, but you're going to pay gate to students who are they're not going to come back. And if you notice something, you look at the cabinet notes, they are always asking for deferrals. And we were trying, and once you say no to deferrals, you get a ton of complaints. So, Madam Speaker, that is how it's been going. So, putting gate into Grenada, and Grenada is offshore medical school, and it is now, from what I understand, the medical fraternity has been bought up by the Chinese. So it's going to be a different kettle of fish coming forward. So, Minister of Education, Rima, you have to look at that. Specialty training, Madam Speaker. We looked at specialty training, and we started a system of specialty training with the University of the West Indies, where we were looking at bringing in the private and public sector to train doctors at all levels, not just 1 or 2 areas. and also making sure that every single doctor is able to teach based in part knowledges and become university part-time lecturers. That is still ongoing. Now, another part of the human resources, we have a serious problem with ancillary medical services, ultrasound, biomedical technicians, biomedical equipment technicians, etc. We have done, in fact, at the time, the Ministry of Health has now a degree with the University of the West Indies and the University of Trinidad and Tobago to produce medically equipment technicians. There's a diploma specialty and there's also a BSc. So, Madam Speaker, we looked at the human resources and ultrasound, COSTAT does the ultrasound, etc. Now, I want to say a little bit about nursing. Madam Speaker, when we went into office,
I remind members about the use of their electronic devices. Somebody's device just reached my attention. Could you please check your devices?
Madam Speaker, let me talk about nurses. When the People's Partnership went into office, we found, in fact, at the Ministry of Health, that nurses, the nurses who did the nursing curriculum and passed the exam from the institution, let's say COSTAT, University of the West Indies, and also University of Southern Caribbean, when they wrote the nursing exam, they failed, 50% failed. So after 3 tries, that 50% was thrown out. They had to leave and be given jobs as ENAs, which is Enrolled Nursing Assistant, but they had the capacity to enter the program in the first place. When we looked at it, we found that the practical training of the nurses left a lot to be desired. So as a result of that, Madam Speaker, we went to Cabinet and were able to get a note to start to do over the full nursing and midwives.
Honourable Member for Barataria, San your 45 minutes have been spent. Are you extending for the further 10 minutes?
Thank
and
you.
then I advise that you wrap up within that 10 minutes.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you to the House for allowing that 10 minutes. So, Madam Speaker, by looking at the nursing, this is one of the legacy projects, I would say, Madam Speaker. Looking at that, we changed the legislation in this country where nurses is the first time in the history of parts of the Commonwealth where nurses could become nurse interns. So you are finished with your degree, you've gotten your diploma from your institution prior to writing the exam of the Nursing Council, because practical training was a problem. That's where they fell down, practical training, because there were not enough educators for the amount of nurses. So some did not get the full training. As a nurse intern, you could spend 15 months learning practical aspects of nursing and then write the exam. If you do fail the exam, you have 3 tries. After 3 tries, if you don't pass it, you have remedial courses, and then you go again. And if you don't pass it after, well, then that could never happen. But they were given a chance. They were given a chance rather than being thrown out in the cold. The Nursing to Personnel Act, which was an act done by the People's Partnership, changed that ball game and made sure that nurses were taken care of. Also, Madam Speaker, we also put into that legislation the advanced practice nurse. The advanced practice nurse is like a nurse practitioner who can act as a doctor. A doctor. That is what we did. And as a result of that, Madam Speaker, there is a part of the legislation, and I want the member for to hear this. The advanced practice nurse would have been somebody to be in rural communities to work as a doctor, examining patients, giving injections, and also prescribing medicine under supervision of a senior doctor. However, when we came to Parliament, I came with negative resolution for the regulations for the advanced practice nurse, the job specs, etc., would have been negative resolution. Just lay it on the table, and it would be law after 21 days. However, it was asked that it become positive affirmative resolution, and we need to bring that as soon as possible. Okay? The reason behind that, the nurses are clamoring for that, and Madam Speaker, I think it's a good way to go in this country. The Pharmacy Board Act, we almost finished legislation for the Pharmacy Board Act, and I would like to see it here because you understand, Member St. Joseph, why, the reason behind it. The Nuclear Law Act is almost finished because we've sent people to Vienna for the last year or so, and they brought back, they finished that act. So, Madam Speaker, sorry. When we speak in this country about moving innovation forward in healthcare, and this is what this whole our People's Partnership government did in the last 5 years. So it hurts when somebody does not recognize what you did and why you did it. So at the end of the day, and it just was political points. I've always maintained, Madam Speaker, that health shouldn't be apolitical. And the members across the round would attest to that. You must never use health as a political football. The only reason I said, and I sent the release for the hand, foot, and mouth disease, because it has gotten bad in Jamaica, and we need to put steps here. When Ebola came into being, Madam Speaker, it was one of the worst times of my life, but we were able to put that thing in place to prevent Ebola from coming in. Once it gets in here like chikungunya, it spreads like wildfire. So once one country in the Caribbean has something, things have to be put in place. Now, CARFA was on the drawing board, Madam Speaker, for 11 years in Paho. None of the islands wanted to do it. It was the People's Partnership under the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesa gave me the authority to bring CARFA to Trinidad. So CARFA is the Caribbean Public Health Agency. All public health comes through CARFA in this Caribbean, similar to that of the CDC Atlanta, Georgia, and PHAC in Canada, as well as the English part. And we as a result of that, Madam Speaker, CARFA could boast that we have in Trinidad and Tobago something that's going to be state-of-the-art systems for the whole of the Caribbean. And I want to thank the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, then Prime Minister, that gave me the leeway to do these things. What we need to do, and I've promised the CARFA people, and Professor George Aline has been behind it, that we had agreed to build the CARFA headquarters here. And there are plans there already by UNOPS, and if you speak to the Ministry of Health, you have UNOPS there, and there are plans already in place to build that in Valsayn, together with a new warehouse for the blood bank, a new area for the blood bank. Because blood banking in this country, Madam Speaker, needs to be done in a proper manner. And it has the legislation, we have the legislation being drafted, was being drafted, where every single hospital could be a blood bank in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me, I just want to spend two items. The extended patient program that we did, and the medical aid program. When we went into the ministry, the medical aid program existed, but you could only get $60,000 and no more. So if something cost you $62,000 or $100,000 or $1 million, you couldn't get it. Cabinet allowed the Ministry of Health the right to access, look at all the illnesses and determine how much, if it's necessary, and good value for money. As a result of that, people who are there, who were the ones responsible for the $60,000 cap, were able to benefit with things for $200,000 and $300,000, Madam Speaker. So, and we have also done the first lung transplant through that, and together with Cabinet. So, Madam Speaker, the EPP program is something that came out of the medical aid program, where we were able to do cataracts, the joint replacements, the MRIs. Anytime you have more than 3 months of waiting in the major hospitals, you could apply to the EP program to get it done privately at a cost that we tendered. Last but not least, the Member for Parliament for Diego Martin West always clamored that the people of that peninsula did not have a health facility on their house. The amount of things that happen in the Chagaramas area, and the amount of things that are going here, I approached the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and Prime Minister, so for us to put a centre there, together with areas of accident and emergency access, X-rays, etc. They have that in Carinage now, and they have a mini hospital. And we've also, what I would like to say, Madam Speaker, through you, to the Member of St. Joseph, we decided at the Ministry of Health to put our own plans in place for prototypes of health offices around the country. The Chaconas Health Facility, Madam Speaker, was done like that. The designs were done separately, as well as the contracts to be awarded through proper tender. It is sitting there waiting to be done, Madam Speaker. I asked the member for St. Joseph to see if you could do that, because it's a state-of-the-art center, and it would be very nice for Trinidad and Tobago. It has its own MRI system, its own CT scan system. It also has birthing beds and beds to stay, as well as a whole area for wellness. A whole area for wellness and gyms and, as I say, wellness centers. So, Madam Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak, and for all the members who had maiden contributions. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for San Fernando West.
Madam Speaker, it is with pride and humility that I rise today to make my first contribution to this Honourable House. My pride is magnified because we are not here today to debate a specific bill, but one that sets our nation on the road to economic recovery, responsibility, and prosperity. And as I am on my feet, Madam Speaker, on behalf of San Fernando East, I join in the chorus to congratulate you on your elevation to the chair of this Honourable House. And based on what I have seen thus far, I have no doubt that you will perform your duties with decorum and dignity befitting this House. The pride I feel today, Madam Speaker, is largely in part because I am a member of the political movement that has contributed to the greatest overall growth and development of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, in the last few months leading up to the election and even in this debate, I have listened with amazement as speaker after speaker representing the other side singled out the amount of box drains they built in some constituencies as the signature accomplishment of their administration. And if that is what makes them happy, Madam Speaker, I will not deny them that pleasure. But while they continue to look down at drains, we on this side will look upward and onward to bigger and better things. For example, consider the impact of the establishment of the UTT, the construction and commissioning of the Point Lisas Industrial Estate, and the introduction of GATE. These three PNM initiatives are responsible for taking this entire nation leaps and bounds ahead in this region and even far beyond. Through you, Madam Speaker, allow me to extend my congratulations to my senior colleague, member for Diego Martin Northeast, who, though a veteran of this chamber, delivered his maiden contribution as Minister of Finance in a matter that only he could have. It is clear, Madam Speaker, that he intends to follow in the vein of his PNM predecessors and deal holistically with the development of Trinidad and Tobago. I respectfully submit that he has exceeded expectations in this regard. He demonstrated in his presentation that the People's National Movement is indeed made of sterner stuff. In only 4 weeks, Madam Speaker, he was able to deliver a succinct, penetrating analysis of the performance of the previous administration and point this nation forward in a manner that was a mixture of sobriety and sagacity, erudition and empathy. This is the pedigree of the gentleman and, by extension, the political movement to which he belongs. I offer to him and my colleagues who spoke before me my sincerest congratulations on their respective contributions. But, Madam Speaker, the humility with which I stand before you today is inspired principally by the seat I now occupy and the people I now have the honor to represent, the people of San Fernando East. For well over 4 decades, Madam Speaker, the people of San Fernando East were represented by the Honourable Patrick Manning, a bedrock in the political landscape of Trinidad and Tobago. Today, I accept graciously the baton that has been passed to me and pledge to keep the flag of San Fernando East flying high. But Madam Speaker, there is a point I wish to make about my predecessor and his conduct in this House. It is a point which came to me quite forcefully during the contribution of the member for Naparima, who, quoting scripture and all, chastised the PNM for gloating in the wake of our election victory. Madam Speaker, no one here can forget the disrespect, the contempt, the pekong, the mauvais langue visited upon the head of Mr. Manning and all the members of the opposition bench when they returned to this House after May 24, 2010. Those on that side reminded him at every turn of how he had reduced the PNM to a 12-seater maxi, and he took it all without as much as a murmur. Today, Madam Speaker, when the shoe is on the other foot, the member for Naparima seeks solace of scripture, the same scripture that conveniently eluded him when he was busy scripting the No Rowley campaign. But I remind this honorable House that even the devil is capable of quoting scripture. But time marches on, and today the PNM is led by the country's 8th Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley. And I take great pride in being a part of his team as the Member of Parliament for San Fernando East. I admire his vision, I respect his leadership, and I have unreserved faith in his ability to lead this nation. Madam Speaker, in my conversations with the people of San Fernando East prior to September the 7th, they all spoke with one voice about the neglect of the constituency during the last 5 years of the UNC administration and the obvious vindictiveness they suffered as a result of being represented by the PNM. Today, when I speak to them, having heard our budget statement, the hard-working, honest, and patriotic constituents are looking forward to the planned reform of local government. As decent and conscientious taxpayers and property owners, they recognize their obligation to pay taxes on their properties, appreciating the fact that the property taxes they pay will now be used to improve their own local municipality under the proposed reform. The people of San Fernando East are looking forward to the increase in personal allowances from 60,000 to 72,000, the increased allowances to retirees, and the reduction in VAT from 15% to 12.5%. The young scholars of San Fernando East are looking forward to the increase in the OJT stipends and the introduction of the graduate program in ministries. The people of San Fernando East, Madam Speaker, now express the view that they are worth a lot more than box trains. I stand today as the Minister of Public Administration, charged with the responsibility of guiding the public service through the rough waters of challenging economic circumstances, when we are called upon to do so much more with so much less. It is a responsibility that I have accepted wholeheartedly, and today I pledge my unswerving commitment to the people of Trinidad and Tobago to deliver a public service that is modernized, customer-focused, and result-oriented. I have boundless faith, Madam Speaker, that this is attainable, particularly if one is to judge by this government's ability to produce a budget within 4 weeks of having been elected to office. That Herculean task put onto the shoulders of the Minister of Finance was undoubtedly made easier by the shared diligence of the army of public officers in the ministry, supported, I am sure, by countless others scattered throughout other ministries. The Ministry of Planning and the Minister of Planning ought to also be commended. Today, Madam Speaker, I salute these heroes of our public service who, yet again, delivered when it mattered most. Their efforts not only confirmed my belief in our nation's motto, "Together we aspire, together we achieve," but also underscored the theme of this year's budget presentation, restoring confidence and rebuilding trust. Let's do this together. And that is why it pains me, Madam Speaker, when I hear the members opposite lament about the job losses and job cuts taking place in ministries. Permit me, then, to put some things into context. Members opposite have argued that despite a promise to the contrary, scores of persons are being sent home and their contracts terminated. Madam Speaker, the truth is a different story. The facts, as we know them to be, are as follows. Persons who are in permanent positions in the ministries are not being sent home. They have absolutely nothing to fear. Persons with legitimate contracts and possessing legitimate qualifications working in contract positions approved by the Chief Personnel Officer are not being sent home. They have nothing to fear. However, persons who were brought into the ministries and state enterprises on 3-month contracts in positions not approved by the CPO, without job descriptions, and whose contracts have expired may have a cause for concern. Persons who were brought into the ministries and state enterprises whose only qualification, as the Minister of Communications noted, were their birth paper and their family relationship with a minister may have a cause for concern. Persons who hold no qualifications for the positions they occupy, or worse, those who misrepresented their qualifications may have a cause for concern. Madam Speaker, there is ample evidence to suggest that the majority of duly concerned workers were brought into the ministries and state enterprises for the singular purpose of campaigning for the UNC candidates in the last election. Madam Speaker, the real tragedy here is not that these workers may have to seek legitimate employment elsewhere. The real tragedy is that the former administration knew very well that those contracts could not have stood up to any real scrutiny, and the UNC were using these vulnerable persons for their own short-term personal and political gain. The real tragedy, Madam Speaker, is that all this was being done at the expense of the public service. There was a time, Madam Speaker, when persons aspired to join the public service, when persons wore the title of civil servant as a badge of honor, accepting that service to the public was not servitude, but rather a contribution to a higher calling, the development of country. Sadly, Madam Speaker, this is no longer entirely so. The public service is viewed by many as archaic, lethargic, and less than customer-centric in its daily interactions with those who pay their salaries. Additionally, working in the public service has come to be equated with dilapidated buildings, environmental nightmares, outdated technology, and snail-paced bureaucracy. The public service, whilst being the single largest employer entity in the country, is no longer viewed as the preferred place to work. Madam Speaker, based on the latest figures available to us, the incontrovertible fact is that at the end of December 2013, approximately 44% of the available positions in the public service were vacant. I have heard my colleagues lament over and over in this debate on the paucity of staff in their ministries. I will now, for the benefit of all, give the global figure. Of the 30,552 establishment positions, 46 or 13,709 were vacant. And of the 14,194 contract positions, 41% or 5,863 were vacant. Madam Speaker, these figures are not figments of my imagination, but were contained in a response to a question filed by the former Member of Parliament for Labray, the Honourable Fitzgerald Jeffrey. I refer to question 98 of the 2013-2014 session of Parliament posed to my predecessor. Madam Speaker, out of 44,746 positions in the civil service, 56% of these are filled, have bodies. Let me repeat, Madam Speaker, out of 44,746 positions in the civil service, only 56% of these are filled. This means, Madam Speaker, that as at December 31st, 2013, an amazing 44% of positions were vacant. There were nobodies, no one in 19,572 positions to do the work. If we factor in vacation and other negotiated leave entitlements, and we factor in that quite a few of the jobs are old, and thus public officers are underutilized, we can roughly estimate that the true filled rate, the true staffing rate in the civil service is closer to 50%. Madam Speaker, what these figures demonstrate is that the public service has been operating on approximately half of its human resource capacity, and therefore explains the sorry predicament currently facing us. I hasten to add, though, Madam Speaker, that this does not justify shoddy customer service, nor does it excuse inordinate and unnecessary bureaucratic delays. Instead of hiring persons for campaign purposes, instead of hiring friends, family, activists, and other closely associated persons, those on the other side could have concentrated on properly staffing the public service. One of the critical objectives of the Ministry of Public Administration over the next few years, therefore, Madam Speaker, will be the improvement of the staffing situation in the public service. Is it any wonder, then, that the service experienced by members of the public is often less than desired? Can you imagine the strain on those officers who are currently in the service? And to compound the situation further, Madam Speaker, I note that the previous administration engaged in 6 realignments of government ministries during the period 2010 to 2014. The public service was therefore in a repeated state of upheaval, unable to settle down and achieve stability and focus. The cost of these repeated realignments, Madam Speaker, is significant. Examples of these costs include the labor cost of implementing the realignment exercises by divisions. This involves significant work by agencies such as the Budgets Division, the Public Management Consulting Division, which has to transfer positions from one agency to another, the Service Commissions Department, which then has to transfer persons from one agency to another, the Integrated Human Resource Information System team that has to record these transfers, and the government printry, which has to print all the realignment information. The time factor involved in completing the exercises, which results in the loss of momentum on other projects. The negative impact of the exercise on the day-to-day operations of the ministries. The costs involved in replacing signage, stationery, and supplies. The maintenance and utility costs involved in housing new ministries and their departments. Madam Speaker, also the negative impact brought about by frequent and significant changes in strategic direction, such as stress, job insecurity, demotivation. Worse, every realignment affects the pension and leave records of public officers and has contributed greatly to the delays in the payment of pensions to our retirees. I also hope that our citizens can now understand more fully why before we came into office and now in government today, we have said that there will be no overall loss of jobs. There are jobs in many areas of the public service for competent, honest, and committed people. I hope that the other side and our citizens can now understand why there is a need to have fewer ministries. The government took this decision in recognition of the fact that the public service had these resource constraints and needed to pool what resources we actually have in order to get the job of the public service done. As one of our core strategies to address this manpower issue, the ministry has already started collaborating with the Service Commissions Department in a major initiative to strengthen and modernize that institution, so that it too is better equipped and resourced to fulfill its obligations to the various other service commissions, which are such an important part of our democracy and our governance. That support, Madam Speaker, will include any backing that is needed for legislative changes, organizational structure changes, process enhancements, training and development, the development of improved information systems, and other areas. These initiatives will no doubt continue over a period of several years. But perhaps it was evidence of this human resource insufficiency that led my colleagues on the other side to hasten to place persons in those positions, persons who possessed neither the qualifications.
It's now 4:30, and in accordance with Standing Order 12-2, I now say that we take our break. We resume here in 30 minutes.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
A true gem of Tobago, working tirelessly for the people she loves, Isla Mackenzie, born Eastland Kate Baines on October 5, 1941, spent her childhood years in the quiet village of Bethany. She entered the teaching profession in 1960 and earned her doctorate in human resource development at the George Washington University in 1987. On returning home, she served as an adult education extension officer until 1995, when she humbly accepted the role of an independent senator in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago.
Dr. Eastland Mackenzie and I are considered as close friends, and we have known each other since the early 1970s, when we worked together in the Ministry of Community Development. She was based in Tobago, while I was based in Trinidad, and we met on a monthly basis when we got together for supervisors' meetings. Since then, we have became very close friends. And then she left the ministry and went to study, and then she moved on to the Ministry of Education. In 1995, both of us were sworn in as senators, she as an independent senator, and I represented the United National Congress there. And when she met me, it was such a joyous occasion that she came and hugged me and said, "Well, Nizam, when I heard your name, I wasn't sure it was you, but I was looking forward and expecting to see you here on this occasion." And that cemented another level of our relationship there, where both of us served in the Senate. She served from 1995 to 2007. During those years that I worked closely with her in the Senate, I think she did a very outstanding job there. She was a down-to-earth person, one that anybody could approach to, and this is her way of life. And this is one of her reasons for her success in life today.
With her charismatic and endearing personality, Dr. Mac, as she is amicably known, has given selflessly of her time, helping to develop communities, educating young adults, and fighting passionately for the rights of challenged children and for benefits and privileges deserving to senior citizens.
Probably I may be Sort of preferential in some because of my background and experience, I jumped on things that dealt with, on bills that dealt with education. In whatever form, whether it's preschool, primary school, whatever. Anything dealing with education, obviously, I had a leaning to. I contributed to bills that dealt with the elderly, the old people, the homes for the aged, you know, how they treated them, the old age pension. I remember really begging, it was Minister of Finance Kwaitong, to raise the ceiling from the $600 if you had a little room and you rented it and you got $600 a month. That sort of debarred you from getting an old age pension. And I prompted him to raise the ceiling all the time until now. I think it's quite substantial. So things to deal with old people, things to deal with education, things to deal with the elderly and the privileges, things to deal, cultural things. I dealt with that.
Beyond nurturing a vision, Isla Mackenzie finds creative and innovative ways to achieve the results she desires, and is preceded by an attitude not of let's see what happens, but let's make it happen.
Isla, because of her expertise and knowledge on various aspects of the parliament and social work, she was appointed on several committees to serve. And I recall some of those are the Equal Opportunities Bill, and any matters that relate with children and the elderly, she served on those committees as well. In fact, a number of bills that came to the parliament, she was able to make some substantial contributions there. And even in the committee stage, you know, she was always well researched. And when she came to the House and to the committee stages and so, she was able to give some very valid points and very convincingly as well. You know, she had a way, her style, you know, is unique then. Not very often you find people like, you know, approaching the subject matter the way she did. And when she came to you and she presented her matters also, it was very convincing and it was of substance as well. And this is something that was remarkable of Eastland that I could really point out as something outstanding there.
Representation was not only an affair for the Senate, but also outside of Trinidad and Tobago for Dr. Mackenzie, who has represented the Parliament at conferences in the Turks and Caicos, New Zealand, the Bahamas, and in New Delhi, India.
That committee that dealt with the THA Act in the Parliament, I was on that committee representing the independent bench, Professor Spence and so on. I was on that. But I was on the House committee. I was also on the CPA Exco. Professor Spence, after he left, probably he recommended me, but the government of the day would have nominated me and they would have voted me in. So I was on the CPA Exco of the Parliament.
An ardent supporter and a performer of the arts, Dr. Isla Mackenzie has acted in several plays, both live and on screen. She has performed leading roles in several Tobago heritage productions and has written several folk monologues. She continues her journey with the people of Tobago, assisting with issues affecting the old and the young.
From 1974, we started a Tobago Council for the Handicapped Children to take care of mentally challenged children. We never had anything like that. And on the promptings of Mrs. Daphne Winchester, we had an organization formed. We opened a school for them in 1976, the Happy Haven School, and I've been on that council from 1974 to now. We still continue. I've held different posts from chairman, vice chairman, secretary, assistant secretary, right down. I have been going in the last 12 years to the Scarborough Secondary School. That is not a denominational school. It's a co-ed government school. I go every Friday morning to do religious instruction on behalf of the Methodist Church. Not really teaching religion as more or less values and so on, but based on the Bible and on the Methodist tradition. Well, I've had help because one or two other Methodists would have come along too, but I have been there from 1996 and I'm still there. Apart from that, I used to do the same thing for the Scarborough Methodist Primary School, but we rotated. You know, I didn't have to go every week. Right now, I've been involved with the Canby Mount Pleasant Sports Club. They ran a poverty reduction program assisted by the poverty reduction units. We did Molding Young Minds through Sport. I was part of it in 2007. I really felt that at times members of parliament, even including whoever was in government, didn't understand the Tobago situation because they didn't live here. And I still feel so, to be very honest with you. I still feel so, to a certain extent. I think also it's hard for some of them to really understand the Tobago psyche and the Tobago nature. For example, I couldn't understand the question of the race thing and all of that, because from my experience in Tobago, we never had indentureship. We had slavery, yes. We had the plantation and so on. I couldn't understand it, really, at first. And then at school, at secondary school, I remember we had one East Indian family and then one or two others came in, Baka Mohammed, Ralph Parag, Shanghai, 3 families. We had probably 1 or 2 white children in our secondary school at Bishop's. That was from 54 to 58. We didn't look up to them or revere them or anything of the sort. We've been always taught to be open, to be frank, to be honest. Honesty was a part of the Tobagonian. And then when I went to college, there were so many of East Indians there, and I didn't know they were East Indians. I just thought they were students like myself. So we were friends. We learned from them. We taught them to dance. We went, because it was residential, and we opted to go in the kitchen on some days and help to prepare the meals that we liked and so on. And we went in when the East Indians were doing roti and so on, and they came in when we were doing pilau, and it was such a nice time. And then you come to a place and you hear, you can't understand it. Believe me, if I had my way, I would let every member of government come and live here in a village for 2 weeks. Put them in a house, in ordinary houses. Don't put them in any hotel and guest house. Come and say, we want every family in every village to take 1 parliamentarian on the government side and let them come and live in the house and live in the village. So they live in lands for me. They realize they can't even go down the road because you have no road to go.
Sharing her knowledge and expertise, she regularly speaks at social events, delivers graduation addresses, gives motivational speeches, and is an eagerly sought-after hostess for many cultural and social programs. Having been called a true Caribbean woman, her earthiness uniquely and aptly describe her. Her strength and warmth are interwoven within the many projects that consume her time as she goes about her daily routine in Tobago, believing in herself, her country, and our ability as a nation to become all that we can be.
You know, I remember in a situation when I went to her, she was a stickler for time. Yeah, you know, when I went to her husband's funeral in Tobago, when it was time for the prayer to start, the prayer service to start, she sent a message for the priest saying it's time, you know, according to the program. So that this gives an indication of the personality, the kind of character she had. Very honest, very down to earth and reliable. When she gave you a commitment, you could be guaranteed that you could have something done about it, very convincingly. And that is a trait in her. And I wish our young people could, you know, emulate some of these good qualities in a person like Aislinn Mackenzie.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
Edward Hart, better known as Eddie Hart, had a humble beginning. His early years were spent at the Tacarigua Orphanage, and only a stone's throw across the road from the orphanage is the ground that now proudly bears his name, the home of the Eddie Hart Football League. The league was formed to provide a valuable alternative and outlet for the youths who were getting into antisocial activities. Because of this valuable contribution to society, coupled with his popularity, Eddie was called upon to represent the Tunupuna constituency in Parliament.
Well, in 1991, while the PNM was in opposition, they were getting ready for the general elections. And something went wrong with the then candidate who they had for Tunupuna, Mr. Derek Bong. And I was called into the arena 3 weeks prior to the election. At that time, they had 2 people contesting other than the PNM candidate. You had one from the NAR, Mr. Emmanuel Hussain, who was the incumbent. He was the Minister of Health at that time. And then they had a young man, Colin Seeley, contesting for the UNC. So it was a 3-way fight. And as fate had it, we won the seat in 1991. And then we went on again. In 1995 again, I was the candidate, and we came up against Mr. Hector McLean. Mr. McLean was a young, bright lawyer coming out of Tunupuna, and he held many portfolios in the PNM government before he fell out with the PNM. And he was out for a while, out of the politics. And he came back on a UNC ticket in 1995. And again, we won the seat. And it was very surprising that Mr. McLean was sworn in as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, because the UNC won the election on that occasion. They formed the government. And then we went on to 2000, and then we met Mr. Movin Assam. Mr. Assam won the seat. There's a lot of controversy about voting pattern, etc., etc. A lot of controversy because Tunupuna is always a hotly contested seat, very close, always a marginal, so from the time I came in. And then in 9 months' time, the UNC government collapsed. And again, I contested on a PNM ticket, and we won. That was the most breathtaking, because that is the famous or infamous 1818 that people would always remember. It was a very nail-biting finish. When the votes were being counted, the UNC had 18 seats and the PNM had 17. And the last seat to come in was the Tunupuna seat. All eyes were focused on Tunupuna. And with the help of God and the party and the supporters, we won this seat and made it 1818. And eventually we got the government. The president gave it to the People's National Movement, Mr. Patrick Manning, the Prime Minister, and then we went on again in 2002. So all in all, I spent 16 years in the Parliament. It's the first time any representative from Tunupuna represented Tunupuna for more than one term. I contested the election 5 times and successfully won 4 out of the 5. In 2002, we met Mr. Carlos John, who was a hot favorite, and again he beat the dust. We won the seat again. And the time I spent in Parliament, it was very exciting. I was fortunate to have to sit on both sides, in government and in opposition.
His friend Kenrick Thomas is proud that the man who never knew his father and discovered his mother late in life rose to such prominence in society.
Well, he got to know his mother late, very late. And his mother told me quite a lot of things. His mother is an Indian woman who grew up in Taquig Orphanage. And her name is, she's dead now, her name is Thelma Hart. But as it used to be in the orphanage in those days, they used to christen people, give them a Christian name. Her original name, you'll be surprised to know, was Kalpatia. That is the only name she had. That is the name he knew also. But she was christened and called Thelma Hart. And incidentally, he resembled her too bad. Well, I don't know who his father is. He says some policeman, I don't know.
Apart from serving in Parliament, Mr. Hart functioned in government as Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Sport, Minister in the Ministry of Education, and Minister in the Ministry of Culture, Community Development, and Gender Affairs. Mr. Cecil Walker, former Director of Physical Education and Sport in the Ministry of Sport, shares some observations of Eddie.
While he was in our ministry, Eddie showed the kind of dedication and will to help children that I really, really admired. He was one of the coaches who worked frantically. He has given so much that he doesn't have sufficient time to concentrate on the masses. You know, he would want to give A, B, C, D, E, and go all over his constituency and try to offer his assistance. And then you can give so much and no more. So he is not a true politician, as we know it in Trinidad and Tobago. He's more of the statesman-like type of person, where you do things for the development of your country.
Mr. Neville Chance, who worked with Mr. Hart, experienced his managerial and organizational skills and concerns for the people.
People-focused, service-oriented. Indeed, many of his constituents, and indeed the people in Trinidad and Tobago, considered Eddie as a voice of the small man in Parliament. His leadership skills, I think, stand out. Those skills he acquired in several years, more than 42 years in the Eddie Hart League, serving the people. He was able to organize an advisory team to support him. He also established a community organization called the Heart Connection, which was also an important instrument in implementing the many programs and projects that he had.
Mr. Hart served as Member of Parliament for 15 years. Some of his outstanding contributions in Parliament include the bills pertaining to illegal quarrying, Carnival 2007, and the budget debate of 2008.
Mr. Speaker, I rise proudly to take part in this budget debate because I'm extremely happy to see the positive transformation that is taking place in the quality of life of the people of Tanapuna and indeed the people of Trinidad and Tobago in general. But, Mr. Speaker, the part that touches me most is the transformation that is taking place with the grassroots, the small man and the woman, the single parent, the vulnerable, the specially challenged, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, the young people. Mr. Speaker, I know what effect the programs and projects of this government have had on the grassroots, because they tell me so every day. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I am a grassroots all my life and will remain one. Speaking on bills that concern the man in the street, like the Dangerous Dogs Act, where the AG at that time, Ramesh Lawrence Mara, had brought it to the House, where there was a big outcry where he had pit bulls murdered someone and that sort of thing, and we debated that at that point in time. I remember in government the police reform bills. At the conclusion of that, after I spoke, the Prime Minister, Mr. Manning, got up and he came, he shook my hand, excuse me, and he told the cabinet that that is the best contribution that he heard in the House, and I felt very, very good about it. I also made a good contribution as regards the illegal quarrying, which I see is still going on in this country. I wish to add my support to the State Lands Amendment Bill 2006. This bill could not have been brought before this Honorable House at a more appropriate time. Mr. Speaker, my understanding of this bill is that it seeks to increase the penalties for illegal quarrying above those which are currently prescribed in the State Land Act, Chapter 5701. Mr. Speaker, the people of Tanapuna-Piako Regional Municipality in general, and of the constituency of Tanapuna in particular, have suffered for a very long time from the impacts of the destructive practice of illegal quarrying. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it crystal clear. Carnival 2007 was one of the best carnivals ever. Mr. Speaker, because of what was happening in the savannah, the Queen's Park savannah, the mass was on the road. And Kitchener, Calypso, you know, the road make to walk on Carnival Day. And all the revelers, all the mass bands, all the band leaders would tell you they had a jolly good time on the streets of Port-au-Spain. But all in all, I had some happy moments of being in the Parliament and the constituency where I spend most of my time, you know, because you have to do a balancing act. You have to share your ministry work with your constituency work. And in the constituencies, I paid a lot of emphasis to improve the quality of life for the people in Tanapuna. The roads, the bridges, the drains, the community centers, the recreation grounds. We did a lot of work there. I still follow up the politics. I'm still in the party group. I'm still in the village council. And I'm still doing my community work with the football, the cricket, the sports, and these sort of things. We have some social programs in place. I'm sorry at that point in time that I can't continue at all. But there are some that I definitely want to keep going, like the Eddie Hart League for Football after 42 years, the Little Children's Christmas Party, the annual boat ride we have. There's never a dull moment with me in the community, always doing something, you know.
Now that his active political days are over, Eddie Hart continues to focus on his love of sport, the development of youths, and music. Edward Hart, while described as being down to earth, is indeed a true statesman and parliamentary personality.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
Parliament Outreach.
What I learned basically the key rules of media and civil society and what they play as a support of democracy.
Well, I learned some new things, some I already knew, such as the legislature and the committee that takes action based on the conduct of parliament members. I learned about that.
I learned that as a citizen of this country, I do have a role to play. When I am able to vote, I have the opportunity to ensure that democracy reigns in our country, and that mass media also ensures that the public opinion is viewed and that everybody has a chance to say what they need to.
Parliament Outreach. Check our website for showtimes, ttparliament.org.
Honorable Speaker.
The member for San Fernando East.
Madam Speaker, I was saying that perhaps it was evidence of this human resource insufficiency that led my colleagues on the other side to hasten to place persons in those positions, persons who possessed neither the qualifications nor the experience, persons whose resumes were littered with inaccuracies and falsehoods, persons whose only claim to fame was their blind loyalty to the handful of persons who irresponsibly wielded the reins of power for the last 5 years. Madam Speaker, the mistake those on that side continue to make is they confuse loyalty with competence. Or is it that they just don't care? My simple bit of advice to them is this: it is easier to earn the loyalty of a competent person than to make a loyal person competent. I would hasten to call the name of Reshmi Ramnarayan, but I am advised that she no longer carries that name. Imagine having to lose one's identity over ill-gotten and undeserved political patronage. Now, losing a 3-month contract position, Madam Speaker, does not seem so bad by comparison. Madam Speaker, in addition to strengthening the offices of the Service Commission, the Director of Personnel Administration, and that of the Chief Personnel Officer, the Ministry of Public Administration will further ensure that the Government Human Resource Services Company, one of the state enterprises in its portfolio, is reorganized for greater efficiency. Madam Speaker, this institution was established in 2006 to support the transformation of the public sector through value-added recruiting and human resource solutions. Like so many of the country's other institutions, GHRS declined in its reputation and service delivery following 2010, when many of its most competent and experienced personnel, some with global reputations, were forced to leave, forced out by many of those who are now crying foul. It is incumbent on the Ministry of Public Administration, therefore, as a matter of priority, to rebuild that organization so that it can fully deliver on its mandate of embedding modern tools for recruitment and selection, including multi-staged assessments, competency-based structured interviews, psychometric evaluations, sound reference checks on candidates and other methods. This will improve the quality of the recruit into the contract stream of the public service. As a necessary precursor, however, GHRS must undertake its own recruitment and selection exercise to rebuild the capacity of that institution to undertake modern methods of recruitment and selection for contract employment using globally accepted best practice. One immediate area of concern for the transformed GHRS, Madam Speaker, will be the staffing of the new authorities to be created, namely the Revenue and Motor Vehicle Authorities. In commenting on the 2016 budget, auditing and accounting firm Ernst & Young Services Limited noted that the challenges in the implementation of the Revenue Authority include, for example, the inability of the Board of Inland Revenue to retain competent staff within the tax system, a heavy reliance on external bodies to provide funding and perform the vital recruitment function. The commentary noted that whatever the model adopted by the government, the key to success would be to ensure that the authority has a human resource management function which should facilitate effective recruitment and selection of appropriate personnel, career planning, promotion and advancement, learning, growth and development, performance management, rewards and compensation. It is my considered view that such a task ought properly to reside with the GHRS, as this was the raison d'etre for its creation in the first place. Madam Speaker, I now turn to accommodation for public officers. Because ensuring that the right people with the right skills are placed in the right jobs, Madam Speaker, cannot be the be-all and end-all of the reform of the public service. One salient element of this transformation is the accommodation of these officers in safe, comfortable working environments that are conducive to productivity. Madam Speaker, the last PNM administration pursued the policy of creating more government-owned office accommodation. Apart from seeking to reduce the government's annual rent bill of over $500 million, that administration pursued the policy to build its own offices, mainly for two reasons. One, it had recognized that the portfolio of government properties had neither increased in quality nor quantity for decades. And two, increasing numbers of public officers were working in unsuitable workspaces that frequently invited the scrutiny of the OSH department and the representative unions. This often resulted in both partial and complete shutdowns of operations, causing significant disruption in the quality of service offered to the public and a consequent loss of revenue. One can easily recall the frequent stoppages of work at the various revenue offices of the Board of Inland Revenue in Sangre, Grande and Arima as testimony to this problem. I have heard horror stories, Madam Speaker, of ceilings falling on public officers, of rats in the workplace eating public records, and of termites falling into employees' food and drink. I cannot understate the accommodation crisis that ministries currently face. Most public officers know this, and the general public can sense their growing discontent as they too become collateral damage in the process. And sadly, although being aware of these issues, the previous UNC administration, and despite their public posturing about caring for public officers, the UNC left the valuable assets of the government campus buildings unfinished, unfurnished, and standing idle for 5 years. Madam Speaker, I re-emphasize that this policy was pursued to reduce government's rental bill, while simultaneously providing public officers and an increasingly demanding public with modern, clean, safe, and OSH-compliant office accommodation. Public servants, Madam Speaker, deserve nothing less. Madam Speaker, I emphasize as well that many ministries currently have extremely challenging space constraints. They simply do not have the room to grow, and this impedes efficient service delivery and the accomplishment of national objectives as a result. Madam Speaker, this government is working assiduously to complete the government campus, and when completed, it will accommodate 3,867 persons as follows. The Customs and Excise building is designed to accommodate 474 persons. The Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs Tower is expected to be completed in November 2015 and can house 1,087 persons. The Immigration Division Tower will be completed in January 2016 and can accommodate 362 persons. The Education Tower is expected to be completed by March 2016 and will accommodate 972 persons. The Board of Inland Revenue Tower is expected to be completed in July 2016 and is designed to accommodate 972 persons. Madam Speaker, the Property and Real Estate Services Division falls under my portfolio, and therefore the responsibility for the accommodation of public officers is mine to shoulder. Madam Speaker, I wish to advise the national community that since assuming office, I have taken a note to Cabinet to establish an inter-ministerial committee to assess and rationalize office accommodation for ministries. Every effort will be made to expedite the relocation of several offices. My commitment to public officers and to members of the public is that by the end of fiscal 2016, and possibly before, there will be more office space suitable for the service delivery they expect. Madam Speaker, there is one more thing I wish to say about the public service portfolio. For too long we have been we have not been tapping into the strengths within our own silos. In this era of discipline and leaner pockets, we have to look at collaboration, knowledge sharing, and replication of best practices. In fiscal 2016, I intend to promote the implementation of interdisciplinary teams at various levels, from permanent secretaries to clerical officers, designed to create more consistent administrative and institutional processes and practices in the public service. We will learn from each other and grow with each other. And the end result of all of this, Madam Speaker, will be a transformed, rejuvenated, and rebranded public service, where those agencies and personnel who excel will be celebrated. In the last few years, the ministry has established an initiative called the Trinidad and Tobago Diamond Standard Program. And the member for Faizabad would be happy to know that it is a very good initiative, in my opinion. Allow me to clarify further. This standard is a national certification quality assurance mark that is awarded to public service providers who have demonstrated that they offer a high quality of service to the public and are committed to continuous improvement and innovation. This approach, Madam Speaker, was based on a model operating in the civil service in the United Kingdom. And in 2016, I intend to continue this program and seek new services that can obtain the certification. Madam Speaker, 11 services received the Diamond certification in 2015. Among these were the Sangre Grande Accident and Emergency, TT BizLink, and the Tobago Emergency Management Agency. Madam Speaker, I now publicly acknowledge those unsung heroes of the public service who are responsible for service excellence. And I want to encourage them to keep shining and maintaining their certification, because the citizens who use these services want and deserve more. While this administration needs to provide some stability, and in this instance, continue sound programs, we must mark our era for smart governance by adjusting some strategies. And so, with respect to the Trinidad and Tobago Diamond Standard certification, I am committed to finding a way to focus on those 20% of public services that have 80% impact on the citizens. In the next few years, some of those high-impact services will be targeted. But, Madam Speaker, I say this with caution. These public service agencies and the public officers in these agencies have much to do. And so, while many may not achieve the Diamond Standard in fiscal 2016, we will be working to ensure that citizens will see some improvement in the space where they are served, in the manner in which they are served, and where possible, in the time in which they are served. Please trust that this will all be realized. Madam Speaker, I turn now my attention to the ICT and telecommunications aspects of my portfolio. As we all know, information and communication technology continues to transform the way we live and conduct business. It was under successive PNM administrations, Madam Speaker, during the period 2002 to 2007, that the Ministry of Public Administration managed the liberalization of the telecommunications sector and developed our country's first ICT strategy. Sadly, we have had little progress over the last 5 years with our rankings and, more importantly, our country's scores on the internationally recognized international indices remaining essentially unchanged. ICT is both a fast-growing economic sector in itself and an enabler for sustainable development in all aspects of our national economy and society. Trinidad and Tobago is at the forefront of this global technology revolution. Our citizens, especially young persons, are among the most avid users of social media in this hemisphere, if not the world. All of us have mobile phones. Many, perhaps most of us, already have smartphones. ICTs are increasingly embedded in our daily lives. We get our information from the internet, and thousands of us are now shopping online. And as the last election campaign so clearly demonstrated, we increasingly communicate online or through other ICT-enabled mediums. What does this mean in practice for our citizens? Permit me to consider one example, that of our farmers. Given this administration's renewed thrust in the agricultural sector, farmers also have to improve their efficiencies in how they grow, harvest, and sell their crops. And technology is one of the most important tools that they can use. The ability to access and send information will allow them to become not just part of the national agricultural community, but the regional and global one as well. With online access, farmers can use predictive applications that can help forecast potential crop yield, find ways of dealing with diseases and pests, get notifications on weather events that would affect them, find buying and selling prices, participate in crop auctions, all making informed decisions that would affect their livelihood. A farmer does not have to know how to create an application, but he needs to be familiar with and have access to basic technology tools. Computer literacy and access to a computer, tablet, or smartphone connected by high-speed access are a useful start. This, however, could advance to more sophisticated applications, taught in farming communities at times convenient to them, briefings delivered by video conference at community-based facilities, information on current prices delivered by text alerts, a picture to describe a particular problem answered within 24 hours by a global expert. The possibilities and the returns are endless. Madam Speaker, as you can see, ICT affects the lives of our citizens on many levels and in many ways. But while there have been several major investments by both the public and private sectors to enable increased competition, choice, and lower prices, these investments have perhaps inadvertently served to exacerbate or widen what has often been described as the digital divide. And these marginalized groups and communities on the other side of the divide can be identified as including rural and remote communities, persons with disabilities, the elderly, persons living in poverty, women and girls, and at-risk youth. In fiscal 2015-2016, the Ministry of Public Administration, in partnership with the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, as well as its sister ministries and agencies, including iGov-TT, the Ministry of Community Development, Culture and the Arts, and the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, collectively proposed to build upon and enhance existing initiatives and infrastructure, and aggressively implement measures to, once and for all, eliminate the digital divide in Trinidad and Tobago. As we have indicated in our manifesto, we will endeavor to develop Trinidad and Tobago into a technology and innovation center, with one of the most basic steps to ensure that all of our citizens have access to ICT equipment and connectivity. It is that same resolve, Madam Speaker, that propels our vision to ensure that there is broadband internet connectivity for every citizen who so desires. In the first instance, we will work with the private sector to drastically increase the footprint of free public Wi-Fi hotspots in popular areas, as well as in those areas and communities which have been traditionally underserved. This will then be coupled with the creation and deployment of a free island-wide public broadband wireless network, affording citizens the ability to seamlessly access Wi-Fi internet services safely and securely at hundreds of locations throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not take the opportunity to offer a brief comment on the Laptop in Schools initiative pursued by the previous administration and which formed part of their list of accomplishments. So excited were they about it, Madam Speaker, that they gleefully announced its expansion to first-year university students and even to primary school students. All of this sounded good in theory. But Madam Speaker, there is growing evidence that the distribution of laptops without the necessary infrastructural support in the schools and the absence of a focused integration into the curriculum, and without broadband connectivity in the homes, rendered these laptops as mere game-playing machines to thousands of students. Many of my constituents, Madam Speaker, who do not possess the intellectual acumen of the esteemed former Minister of Education and former Prime Minister, but who are not short on common sense, simply ask whether the country might not have benefited more if the Ministry of Education had ensured that every school had a proper computer lab, sufficient broadband connectivity, and properly trained teachers before embarking on the wide-scale distribution of laptops. Providing laptop computers to students served little good when teachers did not have laptops and schools did not have broadband access. In this regard, the Ministry of Public Administration is committed to continue working closely with the Ministry of Education and all stakeholders to ensure that our students get laptops and electronically delivered curricula and internet access. Madam Speaker, the need to build capacity and improve access to ICTs is not limited to the education sector. We must do this for the wider society, especially for senior citizens, persons in rural communities, persons in poverty, and persons with special needs to bridge the digital divide. Madam Speaker, this administration will continue to play a key role in creating a suitable enabling environment to facilitate the effective adoption and utilization of ICT. This responsibility includes ensuring that the legal framework for conducting electronic transactions is put in place, which would facilitate the continual growth of electronic commerce, electronic communications, and electronic transactions, including the delivery of government services electronically, commonly referred to as e-government. Further, Madam Speaker, a draft National Broadcast Code has been prepared and submitted for approval. The objectives that are outlined in the code are geared towards ensuring, among other things, that children are neither harmed nor misled by the transmission of inappropriate and/or inaccurate material, that standards are applied to provide adequate protection for listeners and viewers against harmful, abusive, or discriminatory material, that material likely to encourage or incite the commission of a crime or lead to disorder is not included in broadcast services, that news in whatever form is reported with accuracy and presented with impartiality, that to the extent that broadcasting service providers cover political matters, especially during the period of elections, that they present a sufficient range of information, views, and opinions that in a balanced manner, that viewers and listeners are given adequate information or warning about programming that contains any material that may be harmful to viewers or listeners. Madam Speaker, I give this Honourable House the assurance that the Ministry of Public Administration will undertake the necessary consultations with all stakeholders before a final position is taken with respect to the Broadcasting Code. Madam Speaker, these are challenging times, but I have absolutely no doubt whatsoever that the people of Trinidad and Tobago can rise to and surmount any challenge that comes our way. Madam Speaker, we have been through the traumas of 1970 and 1990, and we have survived. We have been through the collapse of oil and gas prices and a world recession in 2008 and thereafter, and we have survived. We, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, are destined to succeed. If we could have overcome 5 years under the last administration, we are resilient enough to face any obstacle in our path. We, as a nation, are living proof that pressure creates diamonds. This PNM government will restore our brilliant shine for generations to come. And with those few words, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
The Honourable Member for Toco, Grande.
Madam Speaker, thank you. It is with a great deal of pride and humility at the same time that I stand here this afternoon in this honourable house, firstly to give thanks to the Almighty God for being with me on this journey. I must at the same time thank my Honourable Prime Minister for being with me and supporting me throughout this journey. I take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to congratulate you. I feel proud as a woman to congratulate you on this auspicious occasion in this honourable house. As I make my maiden speech this evening, I want to say thanks to my family who has supported me throughout this journey. Last but not least, I want to say thank you to my many friends throughout Trinidad and Tobago. I want to say a special thanks to the people of Toco Sangre Grande for their overwhelming support, their gracious support, their support which had me as an overwhelming victory in Sangre Grande. And I want to thank them for reposing that confidence in me to be their representative. I want to assure them that I would stand here and properly articulate their views, and I would be that voice for them in this honourable house. Madam Speaker, what has been revealed in this debate so far is the stark reality of our economic position. A position which could have been avoided had those charged with the national economic stewardship for the last 5 years exercised fortitude and integrity to manage our national economy. Today, I say thank God that a PNM-led government is in office. It is because of this and the gravity of the situation which confronts us is revealed. I want to say that my life before entering this house, I have heard many stories, but sitting here at this seat for the past 3 days and hearing stories of overspending, corruption, over and over, minister after minister, I think the country can now breathe a sigh of relief. Madam Speaker, now the appropriate corrective measures could be taken and implemented to put Trinidad and Tobago on a path of recovery and growth. Madam Speaker, in these periods of economic contraction, it is usually the most marginalized in the society. Those living at the middle or lower end of the economic strata, those rural communities such as mine that are plagued by poor infrastructure and services that are hardest hit. As we all know, it is the role of government to find a balance between the economic adjustments necessary for the survival of the economy, and at the same time, provide the appropriate cushion for the more economically vulnerable in this country. Madam Speaker, this 2016 budget has found that balance. As such, I want to put on record my congratulations to the Honourable Minister of Finance for his diligent work in preparing an excellent fiscal package, worthy of commendation and support from all members of this august House. I also want to recognize and congratulate the Minister of Planning for her supportive role in that regard. According to the UNDP's Trinidad and Tobago Human Development Atlas, Toco Sangre Grande, Madam Speaker, has the highest unemployment rate in this country. Therefore, it follows as no surprise that we also carry the highest poverty rate in the nation. It is logical that to reduce poverty, we must create jobs. We must put our citizens to work on a sustainable basis. URP and CPEP was conceptualized to be a means to this end, not the end in and of itself. Madam Speaker, the cycle of dependency has to be torn down and replaced by a situation of merit. To achieve this, we must strive to put all our citizens on the same level to access the opportunities which are available. In this regard, Madam Speaker, this government has recognized that the people of Toco Sangre Grande has been forgotten for too long. and we have taken a multi-sectoral approach to remedy this problem. Put people to work, improve infrastructure, tap into economic base of the constituency, and improve connectivity. Madam Speaker, if you want change, when you want progress, you cannot continue doing things the same way, and this nation wants progress. That is why we are on this side of the table. This is side of the House, sorry, Madam Speaker. This government has recognized that in order to raise Toco Sangre Grande, Madam Speaker, when you want to change, ladies and gentlemen, the years of neglect and poverty Toco Sangre Grande have suffered, we must provide new sustainable economic base to jumpstart the economy of the constituency. A sustainable economic base, because we believe the role of government is to create an enabling climate of opportunity and growth, while at the same time giving our citizens the tool and support necessary to tap into this new pool of opportunities. Madam Speaker, that is the role of effective government. It is in this vein that this PNM government has provided for the commencement of steps towards the construction of a ferry port in Toco with a ferry service from Toco to Tobago. And critical to the success of this project is the question of connectivity, an appropriate network of roads to allow easy access to the port and its services. Madam Speaker, in this regard, when I look at the budget presented by our Honorable Minister of Finance, I am satisfied as a Member of Parliament for Toco Sangre Grande that he has not forgotten us. In the line of transportation and my experience for the past 34 years, traffic gridlock is one of the most serious problems in Trinidad and Tobago today. And this budget has recognized that. Under transportation, it was also recognized the need to open economic space to generate economic opportunities, including the construction of the Waterfield to Manzanilla Highway. It was also recognized that a new first-class road between Valencia and Toco will link the new fast ferry port in Toco with the rest of Trinidad. It is said in our document here that subsequently the entire northeast region of Trinidad will become available for new industrial, residential, and commercial development. Madam Speaker, that was not all. A new ferry port in Tobago, providing a faster alternative sea route from East Trinidad to Tobago. Madam Speaker, our road network, it is said, will open economic space in Trinidad and Tobago, providing in the process much needed connectivity among communities, in particular rural communities. So, Madam Speaker, in this regard, we will construct an A-class road from Valencia to Toco, a ring road around Sangre Grande, as well as improving the existing roadway. These initiatives, Madam Speaker, will have the welcoming effect of opening up northeast Trinidad to the rest of the country, as well as Tobago. Madam Speaker, I wish to focus my attention on this issue of connectivity, as traffic congestion caused by inadequate road network is a live and worrying issue in Toco Sangre Grande. From my experience, I know it will take a comprehensive plan to solve this problem, not quick fixes. We have seen quick fixes are just the plaster and not the cure for the wound. And, Madam Speaker, none has been as glaring as the Valencia bypass road, which has simply pitched the traffic a few miles forward. As one enters Touré, you end up in the same traffic gridlock. Yes, you get out of Valencia more quickly, but the moment you hit Touré on the Valencia stretch, the traffic congestion starts again. And why is this, Madam Speaker? Maybe it's because those on the other side are accustomed over the past 5 years of giving us many quick fixes. We are talking about comprehensive planning, Madam Speaker, and we are saying that because of the inadequate road network, that quick fix could never have worked. The Eastern Main Road cannot be widened. The creation of new alternative routes to drivers who are heading to various destinations beyond Valencia must be looked into. This government proposes to develop the ring road around Sangre Grande, which starts from Waterfield into Manzanilla, and the new road from Valencia to Toco will provide these alternative routes and remedy the traffic congestion that has been a strain on commuters from the east for years. Yes, Madam Speaker, the PNM government recognizes the plight of the people. Madam Speaker, this ferry port and improved road networks will create critical new job opportunities, not only during its construction, but also through the positive influence it will have on the other sectors and the new industries it will attract to the region. One sector, Madam Speaker, is the agricultural industry. Farmers also have to face extreme challenge to transfer their produce from the field to the market. It is imperative that we provide our farming community with the necessary access roads. When agricultural access roads are married to this new and improved road network, it removes the constant headache and cost of having to traverse deplorable terrain to get their produce from field to plate. I was speaking to a group of farmers in my constituency some time ago, and I was startled to learn that they often suffer more losses in transporting the produce without proper access road than the losses from diseases to crops. Having proper connectivity will not only keep farmers in the industry, but also attract new investors and facilitate growth in food production, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we as a country must move forward. We must move forward towards greater processing of products, towards manufacturing, if we are to remain sustainable. We have seen a contraction in the manufacturing sector over the past 5 years, and this government does not intend to sit idly by and let this trend continue. Madam Speaker, with improved access to the east and this ferry port, it makes good sense to facilitate the establishment of processing facilities closer to the fields. We create a value-added product, get a greater return on our harvest, as well as create new jobs and maintain a vibrant economy that is self-sustained. Madam Speaker, this is an important element in the diversification of the national economy. However, Madam Speaker, access roads and processing plants in themselves only cannot form the basis of a strong agricultural policy. Farmers generally cannot welcome the initiatives that we have decided to remove all imports and duties from agricultural inputs. I'll say it again. Farmers are happy today that this government have removed all imports and duties from agricultural inputs. Farmers will now have greater cash to hire more workers and expand production. Madam Speaker, I have held discussions with constituents who reside on the coastal boundaries of Toco Sangre Grande. And as you may imagine that most of them, Madam Speaker, were fisher folk. And the fishing industry in Toco Sangre Grande is no bed of roses. Proper cold storage facilities are lacking, as well as necessary breakwater system to protect the fishing boats when they come to dock. And they are complaining about this in the times when money was afloat. In addition to agriculture, Madam Speaker, the improved access to Toco Sangre Grande will redound to increasing the attractiveness of our tourism product. We are known as the turtle watching region. We have serene and scenic beaches along the coast, untapped forests, hiking and natural nature trails. All these tourism products will now be able to function at maximum capacity, as visitors from both local and foreign will be able to access them with ease. And I say foreign because if we have that ferry, a person could leave Tobago and be in Trinidad in half an hour, and they too will access these services. This boost in tourism is also a plus in the diversification agenda, Madam Speaker. When that ferry port becomes functional, my constituency will be faced with an improved volume of commuters, visitors, and residents alike. And this will have the effect of giving birth to new businesses, as well as more access to government services, leading to greater employment. Madam Speaker, employment is what Toco Sangre Grande always needs. Madam Speaker, the establishment of that port in my constituency may transform Sangre Grande into the capital of the East and the guardian of the bridge between Trinidad and Tobago. No longer will Toco Sangre Grande be a forgotten constituency. Apart from the infrastructural development of the constituency, in this information age, Madam Speaker, the availability of ICTs are critical to development. There must be widespread access to broadband by all citizens at affordable rates provided by the states. Some rural communities are unable to enjoy these technologies because of a lack of proper systems to transmit signals in these areas, on the one hand, and the prohibitive cost on the other. Our citizens, long denied this access, will be able to benefit from hotspots in popular areas and eventually from a free national broadband services. I say thanks again to the Minister of Finance. This is groundbreaking for a developing nation. I also wish to suggest, Madam Speaker, that the initial free hotspots be set up only in popular areas, but also in rural areas where the most marginalized can be exposed to modern technology. Madam Speaker, we have seen how the initiatives of this budget will help cure one of the two major ills in Toco Sangre Grande, that of unemployment, while at the same time bringing unprecedented development to the east. However, if we are to deal effectively with poverty, the newly employed must be given some level of protection, especially in time of economic depression. In essence, we need to put more money as disposable income in the hands of these citizens. My government has provided for this by increasing the personal allowance to $72,000, which means that income tax will not have to be paid by persons earning less than $60,000 per month. So, Madam Speaker, poor people have not been left out in the cold in this budget, as some members opposite would like us to believe. What we have done is chipped away at the maximum welfare state, which was being constructed and which perpetuated the dependency syndrome. We have put forward proposals which will empower the individuals to strike out and take advantage. Madam Speaker, of opportunities provided. This budget, Madam Speaker, is the first step in the fulfillment of a contract we made with the people on September the 7th. The people of Toco Sangre Grande are anxious to see action on our plans for the development of the area, not only with infrastructure, but also through improved opportunity, and I dare say we have not disappointed them. Madam Speaker, we must also remain cognizant of the unfavorable economic position we are in and recognize that all cannot be done at once. The establishment of a ferry port in my constituency, complemented by a comprehensive road network, promises much hope. No longer will Toco Sangre Grande be a forgotten constituency. In fact, Sangre Grande must be prepared to be the capital of the East and the gateway to Toco and Tobago. The opening of a ferry port in Toco is the basic platform upon which the region will achieve growth and sustainable development. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I request of the nation, Trinidad and Tobago, to trust and support your government, because we have your interests at heart, and we are listening. Let us take this journey together to build back faith in our institutions, to bring good governance to you, and to enforce the rule of law, which has been so lacking during the last 5 years. Hold fast to prayer and believe, for we will and can do this together. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, we were to have another speaker from the opposition side, but I understand that the person who was to speak is reportedly unwell. So, Madam Speaker, at this time, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn to Tuesday, the 13th of October, 2015 at 10 a.m. Tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Honorable members, the question is, that this House do now adjourn to Tuesday, 13th October 2015 at 10 a.m. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against, say no. The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Tuesday, 13th October 2015 at 10 a.m.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
A discussion on democracy.
Democracy stands for freedom of will, freedom of speech, free share.
Democracy is the ability of people to do a lot of things. Voting, for instance, the right to vote, people being able to have free choice as to who they want to govern them.
I would generally think it's freedom of choice.
A democratic country is supposed to be one where people could voice their opinions.
Freedom is what comes to mind when I think of democracy, and accountability comes to mind.
Democracy of the country is really when the people give the government ideas of what they want to run the country.
Basically, what democracy means is the opportunity for people as a whole to influence, if not determine, the policies by which they are governed.
It's an idea that we're still trying to implement, all over the world. The democracy, people very often set up democracy as a political system that is, for example, the opposite of what they think communism is, for example. It's not a specific political system. It's the idea of political power not belonging only to people in leadership positions.
People have a yearning to want to participate and to want to be seen as being important in the whole scheme of things, and to want to have certain rights and to defend those rights and to have the responsibilities that go with those rights. People want all that. So if you have a setup that denies people that right, then people might not go through the kind of intellectualization that I'm going through now. But people could mash up the place.
In ancient Greece, democracy began with citizens coming together in a popular assembly. For a long time, centuries actually, democracy only seemed possible for fairly small communities.
Once society gets beyond a certain size, that institutions, representative institutions, become necessary, because it is almost impossible to gather everyone in a central square and decide on whose interests are we going to discuss and which interests. So representative democracy and the institutions, they all go together, they fit together.
At the highest level, our representatives are our members of parliament. The parliament of any country should serve to solve the problems of citizens, hold government to account, and of course, make laws.
Mr. Speaker, in order to address this problem, we began an innovative program.
Accused the previous regime of squandermania and waste.
The ayes have it. Clause 47 now stand part of the bill.
That members of parliament represent their constituents well is essential to a functional democracy. The process of selecting them is extremely important.
I've never voted, but I support voting, but just I never vote.
It's very empowering in that you go and you know that you are the person who puts the parliamentarians there. Granted, they make the laws, but you are actually the person who puts them there, so you are actually the ones in charge.
I want to vote. I want to vote because, I'm a citizen of this country and I want to exercise my rights.
Every election I vote.
We started, if we were to look at the Caribbean, we started at a stage where human beings were livestock. So there was no question of political rights or anything like that. Then people fought for the vote because the only people who could vote up to a particular time in our history, the only people who could vote or sit in government were people who had a certain amount of property or a certain level of income.
But over the years, there have been modifications in this requirement, and we operate a system today of universal adult suffrage. That is to say, every person who classifies as a citizen of the country has the right to vote.
Free and fair elections is often given as the most important evidence of democracy in a society.
Democracy is like to do with elections and who you want to vote for.
We get tied up with a very narrow definition of democracy that allows us, for example, or allowed us in the recent past, to see a place like South Africa under apartheid. The Americans left them severely alone because they had elections. But a large percentage of people in India don't have food to eat, the same in Africa. But they have been given a clean bill of health because they have elections and they have adversarial parties. We really have to see the thing as a complex of different parts, the voting, the parliament, the structures out in the communities and all of that.
I couldn't agree with you more. But one has to realize that the initial enthusiasm came because people felt that so much would be achieved just by the right to vote. And having gotten the right, they began to notice that their condition had not changed substantially or significantly, and that government was as distant and as indifferent to their needs as they were even before the advent of universal suffrage.
I think voting is important, but I think that the people in this part of the world are very entitled to feel that voting is becoming quite a meaningless exercise.
Voting to me is not important because no matter, it's the same corrupt practices, no matter which government in power, so to me it doesn't make a difference.
Human beings, we subjected to errors, we make mistakes, right? But at the end of the day, you have to understand who you are representing.
The challenge of our time in this era is to rebuild the significance of the vote in the context of building the democracy.
Democracy's objective to give all citizens a say is at the core, an effort to create a society that is just and fair.
What we really understand about democracy, it surely does not exist here.
In a real democracy, everybody would have a fair chance of sharing, we say, the spoils of China.
One of its fundamental functions is working through on an ongoing basis how power is shared, because all of us want power. All of us want to know that we exercise some control over our environment, our space, over the resources.
To get a little contract, you're in Trinidad to do fix our pavement, you have to know John, Harry, Mary, Susan, and all the grandmothers.
Unfortunately, corruption is not uncommon in representative democracies all over the world. Another frequent affront to fairness is underrepresentation of certain groups.
Under the Equal Opportunity Act, there is provision that one can bring a complaint to the Commission if it is felt that you are being discriminated against.
There are probably people in some of those groups who don't even know how to give the thing a name. I am, of course, very interested in the situation of women. But you have a strong women's movement going, and we will get there. But I'm getting more and more concerned about the situation of children. Children are, I think, they are the group that they're the really voiceless ones, you know.
This is why pressure groups, interest groups in villages and communities are so important. These are in the old days, the headmaster used to write to the authorities, you know.
One can talk about marginalization in terms of groups like women or children and so on, but to me there are communities there are urban communities that are marginalized, there are rural communities that are marginalized.
How can it ever happen that a particular community gets so marginalized when they are part of the national community?
Well, some of it sometimes is the lack of, if I may coin a word, vocality on the part of groups and citizens in those particular areas. Because there's a conception, and this works against democracy, there's a conception that the government, this is the government's responsibility, and the government has to provide this and so on. That people believe that, yes, but what people also have a responsibility to articulate their demands on governments.
Well, this is why local government is so important and why their functions have to be expanded.
Democracy requires that the input of citizens is communicated, understood, and taken seriously. Keep in mind that